And for the people who were pointing out that the YouTube was incorrect, the YouTube should be working fine now. Apologies for that. But yeah, let me bring it all together, Gordon, and all the listeners, and all the listeners. Gordon said that they're the sole provider of training for the Transport Authority.
PPV.
Yeah, man. And there's a time in my life where I had taxis on the road. And so I know that every taxi driver have to renew them thing every single year. And if that's part of the training that's required for every single taxi driver, it makes sense why then I would see them going towards the Jamaica Library Service, because while Edifocal offers its training online, the people aren't online, meaning the people are all over the island. So you need a infrastructural network. You need a network through which taxi drivers and taxi drivers going to classes are students. So students all over the island would be able to access the training. And then I'm putting that extra point. Hold on, Danhai. I'm putting that extra point about
I know.
him saying they're the sole provider of training, because today Edifocal is not the only learning company being thought of. But that point is a major point, because that is Edifocal, in my view, if I'm connecting
the market.
Right, pointing out an exclusive market that they have, which is a market that, we'd want children to all go to school and they'll stop after a certain time. But if you want to run the taxi and you want to get your PPV license, you have to do the training. And you do
Randy,
it every year.
When you think about training, I don't want you to forget just the PPV stuff. Our business division actually just recently launched. And we do a lot of things, and again, this is still not material, right? We launched health education, so we started training, doing online training for nursing students. And some aspects of it also require physical training, and again, our partnership with the JLS will also facilitate that kind of training, that hybrid approach to learning going forward. So we're really excited. And that's just one example of many other examples I could give about that hybrid approach to learning and how our partnership with JLS facilitates that.
Sorry, what you call it, Gord? Health? What you said? Say it again.
Health education. So it's health education, and then under that we'd have nurse education. So specifically, training nursing students.
Word.
What's the scope of that? Meaning, is that nursing education or like different?
Yeah, when you say health education, what do you mean?
So health education, I mean that we have a segment that we're going to be rolling out and focusing on health related training. Again, this is just something that is new. We're trying it out, we're seeing where it goes, but we think it will be promising for the future.
But so you're not telling me just now, answer the question just now, God.
Yeah,
no, I feel that way.
I'm learning CEO speak now, man.
I see it, man. Man, just answer me without wow.
Health education.
So Randy, just PEP. PEP is the foundation, really. But kids become adults one day, and adults are looking for jobs, right?
And one of the most sought after jobs, especially if people are migrating, is the teachers. I'm so sorry, and nurses. No, you say health education. I don't think you're training doctors. So that means
you say yet,
but anything is possible.
Word.
But is it the thing that is it like I go to Edifocal to be a nurse, or I'm a nurse, or maybe some courses within the nursing field? What exactly the scope of that? So that's
focusing on now are exams that you're taking.
Nice. Good market that is on.
Yeah, then I thought our market was the PEP market. A lot of analysis around that.
Every now and then you find out something new.
Wow.
All of a sudden. That's crazy.
All of a sudden, the kids grow up. Surprise.
Yeah, kids grow up. Surprise.
Wow. Yeah. Sorry, for me, I immediately start connecting them dots,
It's thing that I always found the speaking about owning PEP as a bad thing. speaking of it as a bad thing, like if it was all people that frame okay that they do PEP as a bad thing.
I mean, I think they were using it to kind of limit our scope. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to assume. Who knows?
Gotcha.
Focus on growth and creating value for our shareholders.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
There are over 4,000 nurses in the public system alone, and then there are also nurses in the private system.
Right. And I mean, nurses, there are exams carbon-wide, Randy, that we can facilitate digitally, virtually. It would create an even wider market for us. It's a big area that's worth exploring, I believe.
I said that coming from the Limitless podcast, Randy.
No, what was it? Tell me.
They said maybe Edifocal partners with Novamed at some point.
What does Novamed do? I don't know. They can come on and talk to us about it.
Doctor training. People, I don't know what the full scope of them is, but what I know of them is the doctors that want to migrate, the test that they take there, they prepare them for that. It sounds like health education.
Yeah.
Novamed.
You realize they remember the name.
For transparency and disclosure, Novamed is owned by Dr. David Walcott, who I mean would have been known for.
I do know the name.
Yeah, they purchased Knutsford Court Hotel recently, and he does run Novamed, and also a good friend of mine, of course.
And so that place right near the Knutsford Court. What was that place again, Andy?
Local too. So
no man, they bought something near, or so the guys in that mix bought something near thing there, Knutsford Express. Look down the road. Not Knutsford Express. Knutsford Court.
Media that
look down the road.
Yeah, I heard in the media that they're looking to buy Medical Associates. I can't confirm.
Somebody, I think so. Oh, no, different thing. Yes, okay, yeah. So I heard as well in the media.
Yeah, I heard about that in the media, but I've had no such conversation with Dr. Walcott.
But Dr. Walcott is he's one of the 5 people who own more Edifocal shares than me. So.
Well, Randy, it's like being competitive as well.
A bright guy.
I will admit to being very competitive. Yeah, I am also very competitive. That's why I know Swaby is also competitive.
Yeah, man.
That sounds like a couple of dots right there in a Swaby. Wow.
Indeed.
And I mean, if you have enough dots, then it become a line.
Yeah, because you can paint a whole picture. I don't know if Daniel is still on, but thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, I see it in there. Daniel is still there?
Yeah, man.
Boy, thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing this up.
You were happy that nobody was paying attention. Look at it yourself.
Yeah.
Daniel is a Edifocal shareholder.
Definitely.
It sounds so. All right.
The support. I mean, I can't encourage you to buy shares or anything, but
I can.
Randy said one-on-one is what everyone's been looking at now. I've been looking at Edifocal. Edifocal first, then one-on-one.
I said that. Gordon is very happy that said. I said today, I suspect that Edifocal is the second most thought of local online learning thing. But at this point, at least in my brain, I think in this conversation, yeah, it's very much Edifocal. I kept the soul. I still thinking about you know much tax on the road, bro.
Yes, but I think they're in him again. So. How that work? Is it new entrance? How taxi training go? Do they have to retest? Does that happen at that point?
Yeah, man, every 2 years.
I love that. You know how much taxi they on the road, brother.
And it's not just taxi; it's public.
It's not just taxi. Right.
It's public passenger vehicle. Wow.
But that's just one partnership, Randy. I'm not sure why you guys are fixated on one partnership.
No, it's not. Sorry, it's what we're hearing about, It's what we're hearing about. I'm still.
Come on, but I mean, the Ministry of Education continues to be a strong partner of Edifocal, as you can from the media, and we're looking for establishing other relationships both in the private and the public sector.
I see that strong support in those pictures on that side, man. Nice.
Yeah. And we remain very competitive,
Yeah, your
She's
launch.
right.
Your launch. You actually had. Is she still the minister of education?
Yeah, she is still in education.
Word.
Love that. We done done here, man.
See, but this thing sounds serious.
Well, I mean, take business seriously.
Nah, man. How's the project going, Sebi?
Going well, flat. I mean,
It's group work now.
group effort, group work. Excel. And then when you have a strong partner like Mayberry, Mayberry don't pick losers.
I am.
But so I hear, and so I've often seen. So I think I agree with you there, sir.
Yeah, man. Mayberry or investment. We continue to do great work together. To guide us along a sustainable and just great path. Big up Chris Berry. Big up Gary.
Chris. Big up Chris Berry. Big up Gary Peart. I see Chris Berry in the audience listening in, and I'm pretty sure, Chris, that at this point, I'm pretty sure that you are sending people every week to Brick Talk to say something and then finish with Big Up Mayberry.
It's same accusations that we get, right? Boy, I must send somebody. It can't so good, but guess what? Sometimes it is.
Yeah. I mean, I still maintain that they're one of the strongest broker. They're still, in my view, the broker that takes the market more seriously. In Jamaica. And sorry, that PPV thing is still blowing my mind. I run in the numbers in my mind. I see Kai on YouTube said the same thing. I have a Pikachu face. Surprise Pikachu face because the dots being connected like constellations. Yeah, I am working out the PPV numbers. If you want to connect some dots, work out what notice that in this article where the Minister of Finance is speaking about it, he says just under 17,000 PPV owners to benefit from the gas relief grant.
It's more than that.
It's just under, which means there.
Ones that get in the grant. That's just the ones that get in the grant, and that's just
exactly.
For 50,000 of them.
Ooh.
At least.
Word. I don't want to forget the initial point that I brought in there. It actually mixes well with that point that I see from Chris Berry, where he's stating that the Jamaica Library Service is a great give back to the community, as many kids don't have a suitable space to study at home. It's
actually the first thing I thought of when I saw the JLS partnership. It was before I could read and see the PPV part. But my first thought was, okay, Eddie Folk has spoken about the blended approach to learning a couple times before. So this was when I saw the amount of, I first saw the amount of thing there. What you call it? Amount of locations. I'm like, well, it's the blended approach, right?
Yeah, man, that's right.
And it's a central location, which is close to a lot of, it's close to almost everybody have one new.
Yeah.
With that little thing there. In fact, it was spread.
Another thing too is that we're finalizing the Ministry of Education or the registration of Eddie Academy as a school. So
that.
Guardian topic.
We're in the process of finalizing the registration of Eddie Focal Academy as a school and as an online school. But I mean, obviously, there's also the opportunity to leverage physical locations.
Enough things. I love that.
What's the share price again? 270.
Two, but I won't say anything after that.
Daniel,
you send TWO, I send TOO.
Listen. This, Sebi, I'm proud of you for doing this. Even win, lose, or draw, as I was saying, the fixing up of a library, if it's even one library, is a massive thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Activities is being used for other things.
Yeah. That
Love
is
that.
Yeah, man, that's a major.
As a library kid myself.
Yeah, man. For sure.
Me too.
Yeah, man.
Big up for that, Sweeby. So outside of that, what have you been up to? since last we spoke? How the market treating you? Outside of Edifocal.
Outside of Edifocal, the market is treating me pretty well. I mean, I really love my money JA, big up mymoneyja.com.
That's true. I like that one.
As you know, as a CEO of a publicly traded company, I don't really have a lot of time in the day to focus on things that are not Edifocal. Not focusing on Edifocal, I'm focused on my family and my friends. So I really don't have a lot of time to be manually trying to crunch numbers for the market. So I'm largely in the green, you know. I'm largely in the green, actually.
Largely, I mean, overall. Talk about the portfolio. Don't talk about this stock. What's going on overall? Green?
Portfolio, and tell you what's what, right? Big up mymoneyja.com.
Consistently. Now, that's a good ad. That's an ad I like.
I have a portfolio, right? Without learn. If I'm being fair, you know, I have learned. I'm up 9.48%. You know, not somebody who's not focused on the market full time, right?
That's much better than a bond.
There you go. I'm in the green for 4. For one of them, I'm up 49.77%. For another one, I'm up 2.57%. For another one, I'm up 52.49%. And for the last one, I'm 5.9%.
I was going to talk about the losers because people really love hearing about the losers, you know. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Is the loser the one I'm looking at right now? You tweeted about it sometime in the past and I put out a report today. I wasn't so pretty.
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
I know you're a tech lover. We'll see what happens, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, but look, I'm 31 and I have a lot of time left. I can't
Indeed.
beat people on anything as I can hopefully beat them on time. And, you know, with us doing health education now, I'm even more in tune with my own health, you know. Vima Viga.
Yeah. I think someone listen them too.
Yeah, and Garden, of course, being busy. Garden is on the on that private list to test the app. I think he actually should have gotten the testing already. So the invite to test already.
It is Randy. But
say that again.
Yeah, man. Randy, can I announce something in here separate apart that's unrelated to Brick Talk? I mean, it's another financial initiative. Can I talk about that?
Oh, it depends. It depends very much on where you hit it.
The Stocks and Rocks initiative through a $10,000 GM investment to 2 people.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, man.
So we're actually giving them the money.
Yeah, man. So we're giving them the money to buy to start an equity account, an investment account with their preferred.
Yeah, you're giving away 2 of that.
2 of that, 20 grand. Man.
Yeah, I'll match it.
Well, yeah, I was going to. We put a thing in on it too.
So that we're reached 60 grand now.
Sounds good.
No, you said 10 grand to 2 people. If Danhai matching it is.
Yeah, man. So yeah, 2.
So 10 grand.
So 20
grand. No, man, it's 20 grand. He's giving away
10
grand to 2 people.
Yeah, he's 20. I give 20.
No, man. 20. I'm giving we're giving away is 20 grand. 10 grand.
And I'm giving 20. Okay. And I'm thinking Randy's giving 20 as well. So 60, right?
Easily.
So
yeah, man.
Cool. That's a big announcement. Continuing to grow the community. I'll communicate same to Simon Johnson, all right?
Yeah, man. Tell Simon to come on and him can talk about it, man. Him can push
it. Yeah, actually, yeah, definitely. Because I think a lot of people would like to hear about that, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
For sure. I mean, he's going to be speaking in Tivoli Gardens, so, you know, transformative stuff.
Why you say Tivoli like that?
Yeah, that's okay. I never want to sit around and say, so, what's going on, Gordon? You're going to be afraid. Why, you know, Tivoli, we now got up this, so, you know.
We don't, I mean, listen, no kind of discrimination, right? You know, and again, you know, some people might say, oh, why is Edifocal sponsoring something related to finance? Because you never know, we might get into finance education too.
Well, I would expect you to get into financial education. That only makes sense. As somebody who is in financial education, I mean, I look forward to possibly partnering with something like that. And even if it's not,
and it's especially with finance being a strong barrier to education for other people.
Exactly. But
yeah.
education, regardless of the form it may take, it may be financial education, it may be health education, tourism education, who knows? Education is
just learn.
You just you just like that one. You just learn. I mean, I don't know how some companies are going to manage when they have to use the word learn.
No, you know, just that'd be funny to me actually. By the way, I would love if them this would teach. That'd be pretty cool. Learn and teach.
Learn and teach. And let's not bother with beat and teach.
No, learn and teach. You know what learning is? Boy, Subi, that's a very good ticker that you're using there. I'm happy for that. And you're right. It does make things very complicated when it comes to
Every time you learn.
There's only one way to learn.
Say that again?
I said there's only one way to learn, and it's with Edufocal.
Oh.
Why? But you know, say beat yourself just now. God.
Oh boy.
I mean, but it's fine. Boy. I love the foolishness, you know. But I know how people are, and they will take my little foolishness and run with it. So I'm going to pull back there.
People, like I said, Garden is very, very competitive. I'm also very competitive. I know Danhai is also very competitive. Garden, the stakes are much higher for you. So the stakes are much higher for you. So guys, but I do like, let's bring that back though. I like that initiative that you mentioned at 10 grand to somebody to open an account, to 2 people. So we've gone 6 people so far. That's a very, very good thing. I know Simon listens. I know Simon's friends listen. So pass on time to join and send a speaking request, and we can talk about it. We can talk about what he's been doing there and what he's planning to do. That bringing it to people, that bringing the ideas out there to people, things sounds extremely useful. That's something that I've been pushing for a long time.
The stuff's going beyond the rocks.
Yeah,
right? Beyond the rocks.
I love that, Swaby. So Swaby, tell us about some Edufocal things that I am still here calculating in the back of my head. 2 things, because the medical thing.
Why are you sound like you're busy that weekend, man?
I've been busy. Actually, I'll tell you, this actually recorded episode with the same Limitless podcast, guys. But I mean, that drops when they're ready. Yeah, that drops when they're ready. It was fun doing it. I won't lie, that nice. Like, it made me miss doing earning season.
Oh no, actually, he left out now.
I'm married to my child, and it's 9:49, so I'm gonna jump back into the listening.
Yeah, man, no problem, Swaby.
All right, boss. Better for the input and the insights. Really love it.
Thank you for your.
I'm a happy shareholder, and I might be a happier one and more of a shareholder.
I hope so. I pray. All right, guys. Enjoy your weekend.
Best up, boss.
Cool.
Boy, then you see him come. But I think him competitive, and it always work out. Him come and bring a couple of points that if it was up to me, I'd have stopped the thing right now and start my calculations. Right, I attempted to do it on screen. I know I have the grower.
I know grower guys would want to see. I know grower subscribers would want to see that.
Well, you know what? The grower chill session, the subscriber only chill session is Sunday, and I know that they're listening to this, and I know that it's going to come up.
I don't. My thought it might be too heavy for big talk, yeah? It might be too much. People might just say, boy, the brother, I do some maths and I depend on that. But if you're not ready for the maths thing, Edufocal is right there. So learn.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Yeah, I am big up the girl subscribers. We'll talk about this in the group. And
why? Look on the pressure. As you talk about earning season, I say Galen Williams on YouTube say, I miss those sessions. How often we get beat up about that, Randy? When I start back earning season.
No, I think she's talking the girl subscriber sessions, but also earning season. Also, I mean, it made me want to actually do the earning season again and to find a happy middle ground. But let me not announce anything too early. I think we've had enough announcements so far. So I will
I mean, it's a strong week. I'm fine with more. Just say.
Yeah, boy. What a week! Also for what the announcements have been that we've seen. Going back to some of those company points, I did say that officially we're calling it. This episode is the
IPO. Boy, how often we do that? We put up a thing and then we talk about everything else.
Right?
But it sounds like earnings season all over again.
Right. So I was officially calling it the future IPOs and other stories episode, where of course people are as excited about IPOs. I was saying to somebody today, I say, it's 1 gone, 10 gone, right? So of course we just had the closure of the latest IPO from one-on-one. You applied, Danhai?
No, actually. I think if I don't know. If it isn't Bricktalk for more than 1 week, you should think that you would know. But the idea is right on the market based on the level. I think that our conversation about what a level of subscription would an over subscription would be, it kind of just never makes sense for me in terms of okay, applying for this, but the amount I would expect to get with the money I don't want to push for it. So I think better to not tie up the money there, and just at that point when it lists, I'll consider based on whatever price or whatever what are my expectations, and I'm very fine buying there if I'm looking to buy. As always, the market is open every day.
That is true.
I don't need an IPO to get stocks.
That is true. I personally, I actually didn't apply either, but it's for the same reasons. I mean, I think I've heard. I think
3 billion?
3 billion with a B, $3 billion dollars worth of $3 billion from the public. Now, what kind of allocation you think you're looking at?
And most of it is a public pool, of course. So let's cheese. Actually, I'm going to think of prospectus sitting from somewhere on this many.
Well, if you just open my money, J. I mean, the public pool was 121.
Yeah, 120 mil.
Yeah, 121
120 mil.
million.
Outside of that.
I mean, overall.
358.
So that's what,
and the way I
230?
see,
Look at it.
you know, a lot of if I'm in a preference pool, say like the thing there, the convertible loan, then okay, that's really in terms of the 2 billion, you know how much that is there. 3 billion in all right, that would be key partners, then you know, say 60 million and probably even more than how much probably expect us over the strategic partner pool to be oversubscribed by. It typically isn't anywhere near a subscriber's general pool. So most of the money. So really, I wouldn't be surprised if more in the thing there, the public pool.
So like 2 billion out of the 3 billion chasing the 121 million.
If solely.
Word.
Because if I'm a key partner, apply for double what I want, which typically doesn't happen, then that's 120 million. And really, then how much of that money really think that Sidecore reserve share pool, then I expect Sidecore to apply for that exact figure. I mean, I would, in my mind, boy, they should do more, but you know, I expect that they will. Teachers and trade, boy, I wouldn't be surprised if that pool is undersubscribed. Actually, no, I'm a liar. I can say that, boy, of all the teachers in Jamaica all the teachers that qualify, I think the small spread of them, but 30 mil isn't really a lot for that level, for that amount of the population. So I really think that could be oversubscribed, possibly. Yeah. So, and then you know everybody with their mother teacher, then friend or teacher, then you know say, boy, the IPO thing better than public pool. We're gonna link up, give money and do a thing, right? That I wouldn't be surprised like 100. So yeah, that's far more in my mind. Against 121. I'm happy.
Yeah. Even the just the 2 billion against 121, you're looking on
so here base if nobody gets
16 times.
How much?
60.
If I think that how much money did I get if they cut it? If each person get a piece, if the 120, if each person get a piece out of that, they are proportional to that out of the 2 billion, then how much that 121 would add up to? How much everybody would get per what's 16?
16 shares. There is some change there, but yeah, about 16 shares.
Change. It is. And
if you divide it,
a nice base.
Yeah, if
I'm
you
giving probably a base at lumber. I don't know if it's a nice base.
What was the lumber?
My lumber base was 1,000. $1,000, no grand.
1,000 units, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, man. Thing above it. So really, I don't even know if 10 grand makes sense. Honestly. Unless the base is 10 and then everybody, and then imagine the percentage above that. Nothing. So if it's 16, everybody would have get it if everybody apply for whatever proportional within the pool.
2,000.
Imagine.
Lumber was 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
I said double what we said, but it's still not much more. Well, yeah, this super oversubscribed. I mean, I can't say. I was going to say good for them, but truth is companies don't care if it's oversubscribed. The money we're getting is the money we're getting.
That's true.
That's a lie. They do care, but probably not from the angle. I would say from that. From getting the money, sure. Maybe not based on my what I was looking at it, boy, if $1 billion goes here, still not get much. So yeah, my money was not going to be tied up there. So the idea was, I ain't gonna make it. So now seeing 10 grand there, it just wasn't working for me. So I said, my God, if you put 10 grand and you make a triple, and you make 20 grand, and I don't know, it just wasn't for me. So on the market, we shall see if I really want it based on where I see it or my expectations for it. More better I say that, then sure.
What? For me, yeah, I mean the same thoughts. I approach it pretty practically. I was thinking about that comparison you did with lumber. I mean, lumber was 70 million shares to the public, and it was a different market back then. This is 2019. This is what 3 years ago.
I weigh it against dollar. I said, boy, dollar is double dollar's public pool is double this one.
Say that again. You hearing me? You hearing me, Danhai?
And I think you already just chip out. Yeah, I'm not hearing you at all. Yeah, still not hearing you.
Sorry about that, and I'm not sure. I dropped off the space for a moment. I really hope this isn't like the precursor of any issues with the space this evening. The last thing I heard from you, you were saying that what was the last thing I heard from you? It was like maybe 30.
I would say dollar's public pool was double this size, and you saw the allocations then, and then coming fresh out of dollar. Think of how people think of that kind of thing. Everybody that was new in dollar saying, boy, make it a bag of money still. I'm gonna next IPO come up. So I think a lot of people look at it that way, and you can see most of the talk, even Joe. So I think people look at it that way, and you can see most of the talk. Even Jovan was talking to him earlier. Man, say, the IPO excitement. So, yeah. Talk. And you were gone again, my brother.
Yeah, I don't know why this keeps happening. Fingers crossed that it doesn't continue to happen this way.
Wait, you fully drop off the space or just audio?
No, I'm on. You're hearing me now, so I'm on the space. You're hearing me through the space now, and I think everybody in the space is hearing me. If you want to, by the way, send a speaking request, and we still have we still have. Wait, sorry. Let me get something clear first, because I said it at the start. Who won the whole 15% discount off a grow session?
Jovan, and he says it's fine. He's not going to negotiate, so 15 is good for him. Himself, make sure. And this is recorded. Him can't not miss out on that. Don't worry. We don't really we stick to our word, so you should be fine.
Yeah, man, you should be fine. But again, you're leaving money on the table, Jovan, so you could have negotiated the thing. Suppose you could have get more. The opportunity for him to get more than 15% is there. Was there at least. But
where are you taking money off? Where are you taking money off of your table?
Yeah, well, I mean,
I beg the man to come negotiate.
Well, the idea is to actually educate and push the person regardless. So
sounds good.
It's worth it for me.
Facts.
I see we have. Well, I don't know if he's still on. I don't know if maybe it kicked him also. DJ, I guess he did kick him. You can send back this. Yeah, DJ Drumline. I saw him. I'd approved him, but then I don't know what happened to him. And in the meantime, if anybody else wants to send a speaking request, we'll talk to you in order. And guys, by the way, if you send a speaking request and we approve it, we are gonna get to you. All you have to do is wait. I know Danhai and I might talk, or whoever it is we're talking to might have a conversation, but we are gonna get to you and speak to you. So if you have something that definitely burning you, that you definitely want to get into, or if you just want to talk about something or hear our views on something, it's a great chance to do it. So send a speaking request and we will get ask you, Danhai, if you have anything that came up to you or stood out to you this week, or in the mass of results that we have been seeing, especially over the last day.
Go again. What's the question?
You have anything that stood out to you? Because we just got a lot of results, especially this evening. Kingston Wharves, Mail Pack. I think Mail Pack is a popular one that people like. Mail Pack was surprisingly, not surprisingly, but it might be surprising to some people. It was actually lower in terms of its response. In terms of its profits, lower profits than
pretty fast when you start speak finance, man. So in terms of its response.
So I see Tavares Donald said that speaker request. Tavares, can you hear us?
Yeah, man, welcome, boss.
What's going on? Everything good?
There, easy, huh? It's coming off a plantation.
Your own plantation?
Why? No, no own a plantation at all. But we have to work in that plantation seriously.
Well, I don't believe it. It sounds like a plantation owner, sir.
Yeah.
Almost. It just means I work hard, you know?
Is that what it means?
Exactly what I mean.
Yeah, man.
Right,
so,
emancipation was 12 days ago, you know, Tab. What are you dealing with? Anyway, finish your point. Yeah, but it should. We used to get liquor a lot hotter than that. But anyway, go on talk.
Boy, me did do a mention about the Q World thing. I hope the boss did a chime in, but it looked like him jump off and go and sleep.
Which Q World thing?
All right. So what you think about the Q World thing?
Yeah,
you know, we still, to be honest with you,
one sec. Okay, there we go. No, man, we had lost Danhai for a second, but he's back now.
Okay. Yeah, man.
So you're saying Q World? What's Q World? Bring everybody up to speed now.
All right. So, Q World basically is a company that provides it could almost come like a loan. Them basically do like a buy now pay later service where them provide to people companies that purchasing goods through the supply chain, you know. So them give them like goods. equipment or whatever it is that them need. Them basically I think them do some sort of card. I know them give like a credit facility, and I think they also provide the company with like a card or so where them can use to purchase those items that they need and pay for it at a later date. So it's like a fintech company basically. I know the other day them
fintech or just fin? Fintech or fin? Or the tech part? How that work?
Well, tech is really technology, you know.
So, I mean, Kio tech. How does Kio's tech? Where's the tech come into it?
Is really a digital platform. You know, either come like MasterCard or something like that. You know, some payment systems. I guess they would either have their own system or using somebody else white labeling. You know, I never really dig into it too deep. You know, I just realized that.
I know what dig for. So I hear about. You want somebody to ask. You also want to ask about it.
Not really. I did want to mention it.
Say I come for ask about it.
No, man.
Not really dig deep. So,
no, all right. Basically, we did come to talk about it and hopefully say the boss would chime in.
Well,
you get what I say? To give further clarification.
But that don't change. That don't really change. Just
kind of sound choppy. You know, you're say all ago.
Yeah, say I'm obey it.
Close.
I know, man.
They're close to movie, you know, say chopper lifestyle affect the signal, you know.
So you're coming and say you want to talk about the thing, and you say it's
as it stand now, as it stay now still, basically, as I say, me never really dig too deep in it, but I realize that them and well, further clarity tweet me that look on because me know not much is out there as it relates to Mayberry or SVL and Kio World.
Sorry. Give me a full line. What you want to hear? What's the clarity you want? I don't know what you want clear.
Well, the deal between both of them because I know Mayberry did provide some sort of funding. Hold on, let me look for it. So me not big mistake.
I wonder if maybe I missed part of what this Kio World mention was at all. I'm just come on and say Kio World.
Were mentioned with two listed company.
Why so you can do you have a secret you're keeping on boss.
SVL and MIL got mentioned in it. And there's a website. I don't know why this sounds so like it break up some of my time, you know.
We're hearing you clear, so go on talk, man.
Yes, Danhai.
I'm hearing you clear. Better?
I wonder if my connection though.
It is almost certainly your connection.
If we hear you and you don't hear us, everybody else I hear. Yes.
Yeah, it's on you. Let's wait until him get him connection.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Me I hear now.
Okay, right. Perfect. Yeah. So what's the point
to access point to the far?
Okay. What's
I mean the thing about it, you know, if there's a listed company here. Basically, I look for the business with another company, like some sort of partnership or, you know, or so on, you know. I guess that would probably be work out to be extra revenues for the company, more exposure to the other markets or so on.
We're not
real life.
I feel like, real life one and people might be lost. Let's just bring it simple. We always talk about stocks, listed companies. People listen to this show because we talk about the market in a real way. Why do we care about Kio World? What is Kio World? How you know about Kio World? Why did you think to ask about Kio World? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, Kio World is another business we operate from outside of Miami. Well, within Miami.
But why did you ask about it? Why did you bring it up?
Well, because I saw them and Mayberry got mentioned in an article.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
Mayberry is a
okay.
listed company. Yeah.
What
Okay,
do you mean? What do you
okay.
mean?
What was the
What was the
mention?
mention?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
What was the
So
mention?
basically, hold on. Let me look for the article. 1 second.
I figure that a lot of people may have been wondering what it is. I think Tav talking about it like him forget say a lot of people listening are watching and
I'm
you
not
never
gonna catch
talk
you, man.
you never spoke to them before, so they have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, so you kind of have to explain to people what it is that you're actually talking about and have them understand what it is. Really, so they might be
Why?
lost.
Why it look like so I never bookmark the site? So hold on. All right. Basically, what it happens is that All right. Let me start over. All right. So Q basically a company which operate in Miami. They have operations in other countries. May I try to look for the thing I may have the specific
You don't have
information
to.
right now,
Ola,
but me not
you
find
probably
it.
have to check
But
wherever you saw it first. I think you maybe saw it in Telegram, but I can tell because I
yeah,
have your
definitely
site.
first.
Yeah,
It
man.
was
So
in
hold
Telegram
on.
first, but me did
Yeah, man.
bookmark it.
Hold on. Check your Telegram and see, and I can tell in the meantime what they are, so people can be a little bit more on point with what you're talking about. Because I do know what you're mentioning, but I want you to say
Yeah,
why
yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking about it.
definitely.
Yeah, so check that. But Kio World is in North America, so the US, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Domrep, Ecuador, so South, Central, and North America. And Domrep, so I mean technically Caribbean, physically Caribbean, if not.
That's still North America.
Yeah, that is true. That is the North American basin. That is true. Where you go? You go English already, then I know you go Geo.
Well, say man a star student.
Straight up. Tav, you're back with us?
Yeah, man.
All right. You found the article?
Yeah, this is one of them.
You found the article?
Yeah, man. Yeah. The one, yeah, the one
From
from in
Business
the
Wire? From
Telegram.
Business Wire?
and send it
No,
across so
man.
we can bring it up. Huh?
This is the article, man. What you
From
Send
say?
it across so
Business
we can bring it
Wire.
up.
Is
We
it
have it. We
from?
have it. Business Wire article.
Yeah, man.
All right. And Business Wire put out an article. It's from months ago, actually, in June, stating that Kio World announced the closing of a 20 million growth equity round led by Montreal Growth Partners. So I got some feedback just now. Montreal Growth Partners with additional funding provided by Mayberry Investments and Avoir alongside a debt facility from Hayfin Capital Management. And it's meant this investment will fuel the growth of its work, your small and medium SME, small and medium-sized enterprise inventory financing program across the USA and Latin America. Of course, the one thing that if you don't know anything else about this, one name immediately jump out to you, which is the Mayberry Investments, right?
Yeah,
All
exactly.
right. So Mayberry doing some brokerage work outside of the country. It says led by Montreal Growth Partners and additional funding from Mayberry. So that I mean, if the round is led by those two, it's only like those are the biggest or maybe the only. That's interesting because it's June, and then in June, we have the Mayberry results for June, don't we?
Yep.
End of June, so you should say. So when you check Mayberry report?
If I check Mayberry what? Report?
You check Mayberry's report?
Well, I did basically look on the revenues and so on, but I never get to fly through it completely. I just try to look at it little as me get like a time, but I never dig deep in it as it.
Okay.
And
So
what do you think? The name again? You check for Kia?
They mention Kia in it?
I never reached down to that side as it. I did just look on like the profits and so on and them little things.
I already want to ask Chris.
Huh?
I Or do you want to ask
No, man.
if it's in there? It's like,
No. I would not ask him about that part. Basically, I really the partnership and which part it you want go still. Like, you know, what the plans are. So I know he might never would have touched the plans, but just say, you know,
Just
see if he can give a little bit more, see if he could have give a little bit more insight on the deal or where it might take them or, you know.
What you thinking about for the deal? I don't secure anywhere in the document.
Yeah.
So
well, I would have to probably when I go treat him or look probably funding go out somewhere or go through another channel or something.
Well, Mayberry does
we mentioned another company.
Yeah.
Yeah, SPL. That's why I say go through another.
SPL. So Rapine, area go around me, boss. When I keep now want to talk about this, I keep say, yo, this element me make 100% in my next investment. I'm can't talk about.
Well, who knows?
On a shy balls with him in
where are you for all this? But
my God.
well, to be honest, let me tell you still. Honesty with self, as Randy say. And to be honest with you, from the big man jump off. It's like, you know.
It's like
no.
The vibe for talk about it kind of broke.
Okay.
Yeah. Randy, you're not tax bracket.
You know what? You're right. You know what? As I was considering talking about it, but you're right.
Yeah,
you are 100%.
Leave it for our liquor, you know. If
no, that's not what you say. No.
That's not what you say.
Yeah, you will leave it to the big man. You ain't gonna talk about that.
No, man. No, I the only way I could ask him.
No, 9291908. I hope he picks up. Call me, Brian, you know.
But I mean, if I really want to go treat still, like, you know, I know the place is for really go to that. You know?
Well, we could have
maybe yata.
No, man.
Boy,
subscriber group, man.
Well, we could have do it a while ago.
But a weed that, but that sound like a weed there too. No, maybe one.
Then you unite and Randy unite.
We could have go through it a while ago, you know, Tav, and touch on a couple of points, you know, but you make it clear, say, you make it clear, say,
Sunday.
The big man, if you're not big enough, it not work.
Now, why you talk about Uno, then Bridget, me have, right now, you know, me have access to talk about this whenever. And we can get to the points them in a Sunday. So we leave that for our circle. Remember, say you talk about it all the while, you know, brother. Me not give them free when I pay for, you know. So me now come from Brick Talk and talk about it. And enough of them people where they on Brick Talk, them free to spend a little 85 US and one.
Yeah. Stop cost the people then. Stop cost the people then.
I'm myself there talk about my
Then they have to hear it. Then they have to hear that.
But seriously, you know,
like
when I get the point still. Me not talk about them part still, isn't me? But me just want to hear the inside information.
Okay. Well, I don't think you'd have gotten insider information. Yeah.
No, not that much. Yeah, but
the
big boss is well trained and in fact,
we know that the man is still.
Yeah, so I
think he would give the information one way or the other.
No, he will get the public. The one way or the other would be when them talk about it in an official way.
Where the girl them used to talk in a school again, Gypsy. Also, the boss of him own language and talk on Twitter, you know, so. and some people know for decipher it well.
Yeah.
So
I used to have access to him now.
No, so I have access to him. I have access to the closest thing.
What do you mean?
I have access to the closest thing, them, man.
No, I'm say you have access via Twitter.
Yeah.
Maybe we talking of establish a bond. We don't know.
Would I love for him talk about it on Brick Talk still? Because the good thing about it is that Randy can probably chime in at that point.
The next well trained. You want to talk about it? Suppose Randy does not want to talk about it. When the big boss talk about it.
And that's the thing about it, that would be one that for me.
Well,
that would be that for me. If Randy know about it, then me talk about it. And they have an opportunity to talk about it. That definitely means that we just shut up.
well, I guess we'll never know now, right? What I will say is this. I'm always thankful that when you come on and bring your points, as controversial as you might be.
Box.
Yeah, I don't think you would have expected.
Now the time for hide and beat around the bush, my boss. You know my style already.
Yeah, I don't think we would have. I don't think it's. You know what? I was about to tell you, say, oh, sometimes you might block your blessings. So I was joking like with the brother earlier who could have him getting at least 15% off. Who knows what else him could have get if him asked, right? And that is open for anybody else. I can give away one more that another grower discount to any one other person who sends a speaking request this evening. But I was going to say that to you, Tab. Say you might be blocking your blessings by not talking about it. But one, you're right. You have access to me to talk anytime, and it is much. We have much more open conversations in the group, and and two, you might be right. Maybe I don't want to give more information out there to the public and connect certain dots to the public in a certain way. I think I've done a lot as it is. So that's a good point. A good point.
Randy, the thing about it, you know, if you notice, probably a while ago when you explained that probably the most fluent you ever talk from the Brick Talk start.
What do you mean?
Because I know when the hiccups them start come now, you start thinking about what you can say from what you can say.
Well, I want to say this. I'm always
would
thinking
reach
about
that level.
I'm always thinking about that.
I think you might have misread that one.
Yeah, man. Trust me, you have. I am always.
A secret. Generally, we're not talking about things we don't want to talk about. If we hiccup in, then it's just an oversight. There are many things we don't want to talk about. You're just not going to hear the hiccup for.
Yeah.
Sometimes Randy skim over something, or I skim over something, and we know it. We just, you know.
To your credit though, Tav, I'll tell you this and anybody listening or watching. What you just tried is probably the best way to get us to talk about anything. You want to talk about something? Just come and ask us honestly and straight up about it. It will, even if I don't want to talk about it, I respect people who do that. So if it's even say, the worst case scenario, I'll tell you, say, yo, you want to be honest? I don't want to talk about that right now, right? And like you said, Tav, that might very well be its own. That I just big up the girl subscribers, big up the people in the group who know what's up.
We talk about it there, sir.
All right, bossy.
All right, but if somebody want to talk about it to our hero, we are talk about it, then probably can come on Sunday. Cause Sunday a chill session.
Chill session, yeah. So they'd have to sign up to be a subscriber between now and Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon.
Don't want to hear about that, then can do that then. Yeah. But Sunday we talk about it.
All right, but watch
this. That's one of the only places I talk for free, you know.
Right?
Outside of this, but
yeah. Better conversations.
Yeah, we talk among people who pay.
No, I'm saying I talk for free there. So.
Oh, you say you? Okay, you.
As a paying customer myself, I do talk for free there.
Anyway, well, I mean, big up. Thank you for that, Tav. Anybody who wants to ask about this or anything else, feel free to come on and send a speaking request. If you're on YouTube watching and you want us to speak about something, just click the link in the description to come onto the space and ask us a question. We will approve it and we will talk about whatever it is. Big up, Tav, and thank you for that point.
That's up, boss.
Danhai, going back to the earlier point, as saying the original point of this whole thing is just the IPO list, the thing that I was actually saying. If you remember, some time ago we had an IPO. There was an IPO list. I can think of 2 times when it got very, very popular. A list of coming companies, right? And actually went. You remember it was funny when it got popular the last time because we were like, wait, where do I know that list from?
Yeah.
Right? and the place I know that list from was actually from our investment group.
And so where we started it.
Exactly. I don't want to load up people's names, but somebody who I see in the attendees list every week. Somebody who I see in the attendees list every single week, or most weeks, I should say. I think is the last person I know who collated the list and put it together. They can identify themselves if they want. But
I feel like I would say the name.
Yeah, man. I think you have the. I think you have the same. Yeah. Exactly.
Name?
Yeah. We got that person. Yeah, we got that person. But the list itself, I mean, I was looking through it and it was such an exciting thing. I think one, I can tell you, I'm going to update it. I'm going to do a proper update of it, and I'm going to put on the things that I expect to have come. So the old list, so I'm looking at one from 2019, and I'm looking at another one from that's followed up from 20. So one from September 2019, we're talking about IPOs to come, and another one from 2020. I'll do the older one first. I had the lab at the time, and the lab listed in June 2019. Tropical Battery was expected at the time. That has happened. First Rock Capital was expected. That has happened. JPS. Well, I should say, First Rock Capital. Actually, First Rock Real Estate is what has been listed, not necessarily the First Rock, what they call it, capital investments or something like that. The investment arm of the group is not actually listed, right? And that is the First Rock that owns that First is the Rock. And private equity, correct. And that's the First Rock that owns the majority of the stake in dollar, correct. And I think there is some pass-through element of it hitting the First Rock we say listed, but the First Rock that owns it is the First Rock, the unlisted First Rock. And there's a joke. In fact, I'll pause here because I'll tell you that is still the best financial thing that I have. The First Rock is responsible for the best financial thing that I have read all year. Still, like I have to give them, praise for that. For them, in them last annual report. As you know, Danhai, I don't actually read the reports, and I don't really, I don't understand anything about them, being unqualified. However, somebody forwarded, non-fundamental, as a non-fundamental investor, that is true. But somebody forwarded it on WhatsApp and forwarded it many times, and it finally hit me, and that's how I found out about it. Anyway,
hit it again recently.
No, I'm screwing around. Okay. Obviously, it's from reading it. The best thing I read in the
that's it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the First Rock. The First Rock audited financials for the year ended December 2021, December 31st. They have this note where they say that it includes land acquisition by way of a transfer by natural love and affection for no consideration. That is the best thing I have read in a set of financials in a long time. Because First Rock, if only for this, it's not often that you read in the notes so you get something to smile at like that. So I found it to be very, very interesting, and it's one of those nerd jokes that are funny to me. But yeah, First Rock at the time was expected to list. We know that they have listed, at least piece of them has listed. JPS, from way back then we were expecting JPS. It's now 3 years later. I was still expecting JPS. Still expecting JPS. Jamaica Mortgage Bank. We were expecting it then also.
I like that some of these listed already.
Yeah, I do like that some of them are listed already. That's pretty cool, right? In fact, let me show the list that I'm looking at. And I'm sure the list that I'm looking at.
A nice, interesting thing. Like you look at Nevis, right? And my first thought is what Nevis was at the time this list came about. And when we first heard of Nevis looking at the list, I think was right after SOS listed. And it's almost like you're not really hearing more Nevis at all in this space. Like you don't hear like one time, but SOS now seems to be the big guy, and more getting there. So yeah, I find that interesting. One list as a smaller player got much bigger, and then the guy that was ahead of them apparently never list, and
nobody.
Dang.
No, nobody really.
This thing is such a thing. And then I'm looking at Eddie Folk and I see 1-on-1, and in my head that same thought, like he was looking and say, boy, Eddie Folk list, but 1-on-1 take the sense and say, all right, cool, let's go. They already planned to list, of course, but cool, coming to market. So give themselves both access to the market and what they need for the boy access coming up back today. What's going on? Keep saying it for some reason.
Well, access. That I'm surprised that nobody has come on and asked us about that, because that is something that
I mean, few people are married to the stuff, not much.
Yeah, well, married to access.
Check out the queues. Yeah, man. If you check the queues, they don't find much people there. I think like I might be married to it. It's been a while, and jeez. You might wow, imagine an exit for QWI. If they're thinking of exiting, right? They know at this point for all the running down them get from it. Then if worse and worse and worse in terms of the level of boy, if I want to leave this thing, is the availability of that, the potential of that happening. If you check the queues, that's not a thing. I mean, I would look for, I would maybe look for something good to look for a good opportunity to exit. Maybe, I don't know. Would you hold QWI? Would you hold access still?
Access right now? If I had a lot of access, yeah. Well, all right. When you, let's be more precise. Let's be more precise.
If you got as a man say, I'm gonna buy everything from you at market price.
At market, what did is that above what I bought it for?
What's the goal, Randy?
No. So I'm asking you. I don't know what the goal is. So,
you bought in the sell-off and prove no selling.
How much you proving itself again?
Too much.
Do you remember?
29, I believe. Okay, I have to check it.
Proven did an offer for sale in 2019, September 2019, for shares in Access, and that offer for sale in Access was priced at $32 per share. So it's priced at $32 per share. So there are a lot of people who would have bought at this point in time for $32 per share. No, currently the date where we're talking, the 12th of August 2022, Access Financial is now at $25 per share. So it's been a long time since.
Give me the yesterday price.
Yesterday, because of that big jump we've seen today. Yesterday's price, it was at $19.21. Damn. So if you bought it at 32, it's at 19. Up to yesterday, it was at $19.21. If you bought it for $32, that's like a 40%. That's a big drop.
I imagine owning as much as QWI does.
Okay, so I'm back on track. I get where you're going with it now. I get where you're going with this now.
Yeah, man.
So QWI, being one of the largest owners of it, own 8.4 million shares, and that's 3% of the company, and it's currently worth $215 million. Now, assuming that they bought in at that price, this $215 million should be at least 40% higher, in order to get back to just where it was. Again, assuming that I can't bother to do the research on air here, but assuming that that's where it was, my God, that is a hell of a drop. That is a hell of a drop.
You remember while it was happening, all the hate that QWI got.
For what? For buying in?
Or just holding. Everybody was a lot of complaints about why nobody do that. And then as it went along, then the comments was got worse as the price fell. Then it hits over and over and over, and people were not a fan of it. Everybody was like, "Why is holding this one albatross?"
I remember saying that, an albatross around their neck, and I. Like, it's so funny looking back now, because I'm thinking about how I thought of it then. If I remember, I'm working from memory here. If I remember when we were talking about not Brick Talk on earnings season, all back then, it would have been a brand new thing, and I would have said, I think they may have made like an albatross put an albatross around their neck. But then also I can think, bigger money strategy. I can see buying into a company at this level, right? However, from me personally, I'm looking at this. You can't buy in at this level and then just, like, it's not automatic. Granted, yes, they'd have gotten some dividends throughout the time, right? They would have gotten a couple of dividends throughout the time.
Yeah, man.
Well, let's not just say yeah, man, like that. You sure? Are we sure that they would have gotten dividends?
I strongly feel so. We'll actually check it out, man.
Late 2019 till now. There have been dividends, right? They've declared a couple of dividends. 2 in 2022. Almost a quarterly all of last year. Almost one every quarter all of last year. 2020, the early pandemic times, they're still doing dividends then. So I'm sure they got back a little percentage on their money through the dividends, some cash flow, but nowhere near enough to cover a 40% drop in the share price. That is wicked. Just for context, people, the share price has to rise 67% in order to get back to where they started. Now, to their credit, Danhai, it rose to 32% today. It's halfway there. Monday it might rise another 30-something%, right?
40% drop need more than a 30% for rise to get back there.
Hold up. If they bought it at 32,
60 to 100.
Yeah, I mean, if they bought at 32, and I'm talking about the 1921 drop, it's at 60% of its value, I should say. So
60 back to 166% to carry a 40% drop.
Correct. What did I say? That's not what I said?
You said, no, I'm not saying no. You never said anything contrary. I was finishing. So you said 30, and you said maybe continue. I said, boy, that's not even enough. You would need another 30 on top of it, basically.
Yeah, so it needs a 67% rise in share price from the 1921.
And you said I'm already 32% of the way up. So.
And I say, yeah, it gained 32% yesterday. You're right. I get what you say, but another 32% on Monday doesn't mean that they're okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, because it's percentage. It's not percentage points. I get you. You're also good at math, but that one we knew, right? Damn. But I mean, I think they could do it. What do you think? Looking at the queue.
Do what?
I think the price could.
Oh, can get there. Yeah, man. I think so too. I think it's very possible, actually. What I'm looking at really is
not with the current orders.
I get a nice. What do you mean?
There are only 7. There are only 7 orders to sell in the queue, and the top one is at $30,000.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah. The most, if the current orders include the most, it goes 30. It don't get reach to 32, basically.
Yeah, assuming that higher orders don't come in and knock it. But I mean, on Monday, under JSC's rules with the breakers, it can go above the 32. Right? Yeah. So
I think go right.
But that sort of rise looks kind of exciting, and I'll be cheeky and say, this sort of exciting rise, somebody probably need to cool down the share price. And if you think,
if you want iced tea, you just sell some, I guess.
Oh God, sorry, people. That's a shot. John Jackson, come on and come talk to us about this thing, because I am still flabbergasted that you would have said something like cool down the share price. But look at what cooling down the share price has done.
I mean, we get cool down
to QWI.
No, turn around. What cooling on the share price was 32. It got cooled down from 32 to now.
That's true. That is actually true. That is 100% true.
Then I think about that. I think about it. The thought then is this an okay movement from his eyes? 32 down to now. Because then he would have, if he says yes, then he would have bought up 32 with the expectation, or saying it's okay for it to fall to that in his mind, on a whatever level, valuation or whatever. Him coming with to say, oh, cool. You get me?
I get it. I think.
Would you up? You didn't buy into the. You didn't buy at 32.
No, I would not.
We spoke about it when it happened. Openly, we did say, boy, I'm not so sure how to buy that still. We weren't looking to buy that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But
I avoid a lot of troubles, truly.
Yeah, but I don't know.
If you could exit now, if you are a QWI and you get to exit at market price, it's not your money now. If you are a QWI and you got to exit at market price today, will you exit?
Market price being $25 today, $25 and $19.
I'm looking at the queue versus what them have. There's no way them exiting their shares completely with at the level it is now. And you come and look on the queue and say, oh, I'll give him for 19. You take it?
And I'm running QWI.
You're running QWI.
Who am I? Am I somebody else or am I me?
No, you're you. You're definitely you. I don't want to talk for anybody or think for anybody.
Yo, that's such a good question. That's another good question. I like that. Would I sell it? No. No. Not if this dollar takeover thing might be real.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's how I see it. But then then he has to look at it as a thing. Even then, what price will be okay for you to exit? With a no to 19, what's the price of it? You'd say, boy, all right, cool, take all my shares for this price.
All of my shares.
Yeah, man. Or no, still see all that too. I don't even know if I want to get rid of all the shares anymore, don't it?
Yeah. And there's so many questions. Like
it suddenly becomes much more interesting.
Yeah, because I don't want people to think like I avoid the question or whatever. But like this is how we'd actually approach it. So like I'm thinking like, what am I doing? Am I running QWI? Because do I have QWI's current portfolio?
You are the guy that says you walk in today and you're the investment manager. Meaning the whole investment management committee it's you.
So they gave it to me to run. So I didn't have the decision to buy it. I got it today to run.
Yeah, man. Now done in already. So this is the portfolio. Do I have to do with it? Or want some gifts? Or plans? I know that laugh, but yes.
Yeah. That's a very good one, guys. If you want to join in on this or you want to put anything forward on it, send a speaker request and we will include you and we'll still have the conversation. But I'd love to hear some of your voices in this and maybe some of the thoughts about what you guys would do. This is actually that's a great one, Danhai. So I come in, I'm running QWI now. So the latest financials I have is up to the end of June. We have made a loss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lose money. No, they didn't make a loss. Net profit of $5 billion. Sorry, I'm looking at Mayberry. That was not deliberate. QWI couldn't pull that off in that quarter, or hasn't pulled that off in a quarter like that. What I would be doing is, sorry, I was looking at the wrong results. So I'm looking at the third quarter.
No, so I'm but I talk to myself muted. Who are you looking at? QWI or Access?
Well, in your scenario, I have been put into QWI as the person to run it now, starting now. So I didn't have any say in these decisions before, but I have this portfolio now to run. I'm tempted to ask to give me a goal, but no, not on here. Don't give me a goal. I'm running it with my unstated personal goal for what I think I can do with a portfolio. Yeah, a portfolio, a $2.2 billion portfolio with 1.7 of it being local and 361 of it being overseas.
Oh boy, I'd be very tempted to bring everything local, to be honest.
Yeah. Step one, no, because of the low overseas. I would pull from the U.S. market. I'd pull out of the U.S. market immediately. I wouldn't be doing that. You make the money where you have the best level of control. So that's what step one. So I'm pulling from the U.S. market, but that don't mean I'm staying local, right?
Okay, I get what. Yes, it doesn't mean I'm staying. It does not.
Yeah, but I leave that alone for now. So let's say I pull 1.7. I have 1.7 in local. I'm pulling. We'll pretend that this is all US. So I'll pull the 361. Everything that's in the US market, I'm keeping it for private equity. We'll go in private equity immediately with that. So that's a pool of funds for private equity. The rest of the stuff, all right, let's see now. What do I do? We just pulled a loss of $110.6 million Jamaican dollars at the end of June. And for the 9 months, we're at 11 million profit compared to last year, 334 million profit. So things not looking that great. I understand why I got the job. what did we end last year at? We ended last year at 350 million in profit. So I need to go from 11 million to at least 351 million at least. So 2.2 billion, is it 2.2 billion in assets? So I'm looking for at least 16% profit. And I am, like I said, I shouldn't do a goal, and here I'm doing a goal. I'm 16% profit. Let's put some. You're talking to yourself again.
Come on, we can't do not goal.
Yeah, I can't not do a goal.
That does sound like willy-nilly kind of business. Like, oh, this is so good. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's also the considerations of they do have debt. They have to make debt payments. So there's some amount of cash flow need.
Isn't it debt margin?
Yeah, but you want to actively manage it unless you have a plan. Unless you have some other plan I would think you'd want to actively manage it. So
yeah, you're damn right. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd want to,
I'd go twofold. It's me I thought I invest to. I manage to. Yeah. Dividends plus thing there. Plus sales. I'd have to plan everything around that. That's becomes so much more interesting. You have to manage it like that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Cause okay, so what I do that can give me some amount of cash flow. So with all of those things,
and you know how margin is. You know, as long as that cash flow against the margin means more margin when I need it later.
Yeah, I think they left Mayberry, went to VM or somewhere else. I think memory serves. I think it's 9% they're looking at for the debt in terms of the annual 9%.
The left already got some. Already got margin there. Did they leave?
Interest. I mean, the interest on whatever they have now, I think, is about 9%.
No man, they say they left Mayberry. I don't know if I can't remember that they did. I know they went to VM. I don't know if they left Mayberry.
I think they cleared.
I can't remember.
If what I read,
they cleared. Don't they? I remember something like it. I actually opened the report now.
8.5% per annum overdraft facility with Sagicor, and up to the end of June, they hadn't been using it at all. So they have 100 million. Oh God, man, this is such a good activity. I do not want to do this on air. This is so exciting for me. Sorry. And another 50 million also at 8.5 with BNS. So I have 150 million unused up to the end of June that I can draw as an overdraft.
Oh, you're right. There's no margin going on Mayberry.
Yeah.
Prior year, the company's short-term loan facility was with Mayberry, which bore interest at 9%. And the VM.
Yeah. So
Loan failed.
So with all of those things said, what would I do now? I'm going back to the access situation now. What would I do? What am I being offered for access?
So 25 no.
25, 39?
Mm-hmm.
And you're also, we'll call you Pesos, and your company Pesos Limited is taking over, is trying to take over access.
I
want more than 25.
Why?
Just because I feel like I have some leverage.
How much access them have?
8%.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I want something. Especially in access, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't think they too.
I want some leverage. Yeah, I wish I could talk about this openly. This is an exciting thing that
but
it's a very good situation.
I agreed.
Sorry, I said 8%.
I want to talk
now.
about it as openly.
Sorry, I said 8% just now. 3%.
Oh, okay.
3%.
Even then, especially in access. More the merrier.
Let me just be accurate because that's still a beta feature. So let me be sure that that.
I've also thought about what NCB slots are here. but they did pick up some access during the whole sale. But they were the broker, right? But for the seller.
I think I think they were the selling agents. NCB with 30 odd million. Yeah. One, I get on the phone with my NCB people same time and say, guys, what we're doing here? Are we together in this thing or are we not? Because I'm trying to tie myself to them and I'm trying to keep a higher price. I don't know if I would give up my access holdings at 25.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also
how much money outside the top 10? Let's open it again. That's a last question.
How much money outside of the top 10? How many shares outside of the top 10?
How much shares? What percentage is outside the top 10? Did I say that? A good amount, you know? I don't want to say what I want to say just now. I mean, the new number 3 might. Yo, Jesus!
What's that?
My thought was.
This is what I'm sounding like when you don't want to say it, people. This is what I'm sounding like when you don't want to say it.
If the hypothetical scenario comes up, and just say randomly, like, Proven were to double their holdings, or Spring Hill were to cut the holdings in half, then immediately, so double Proven is more than Hill, half Spring Hill is less than Proven. The Proven goes to number 1 shareholder the moment Spring Hill is cut in 2. That's interesting, don't?
I think it's very interesting.
See, that's something I thought about recently. Sometime this week, maybe Thursday.
We could do an entire episode on this alone, you know. I wanted to talk about
I don't think I'm happy that nobody's asking me about it. I mean, even my clients ask, but in my head, I don't know how happy. Kinda, you want to see it. You want to see the market do certain things. So they kind of want to, but then I still have my money to spend.
Send a speaking request if you're not a client and you want to ask him anyway. I don't get that people get that. That's an opportunity that you give away every week. Anyway, let's go back to let's go back to the what would I do? So I'm running QWI. What do I do? You approach me. I think if you approach me at 25, I think if you approach me to sell you at 25, you'll also approach me Monday. In fact, I'm not taking your call till Monday. I suspect the share price is gone. If it spiked like this today on what? 17 trades, less than $1 million worth. 17 trades. And we're looking at the queue. Again, big up my money JA that allows us to see these things so clearly. It hit the breaker today very, very early. I think as people may have run in. And just 17 trades. And on Monday, we're hitting the breaker once we pass 29. So maybe the first. Who did they say that the broker was? They said they had something with BNS. Let's go Scotia Investments. So Scotia Investments, if I'm using Scotia Investments, it would cost me running QWI $638,000 to hit the breaker, clear the queue, and the market price would now be $28.81. If you offered me at 25, you offer me at 28, and it's now becoming scarce. Units are becoming scarce, I would suspect, right?
That's also an interesting thing. Everybody that's buying now is at a certain price. It's going up. So their expectation, if I'm selling, very likely profit. That's generally the idea, right? The people that are not selling right now have a feeling they want more. Like if I know if I know everything, if I see what's going on now and I'm not selling, then my thought is I have a better price in mind, right? So
yeah, I'm thinking that the market is excited. This is not a normal jump on a chart, right? That is a
access been a get back, bro. Like,
yes.
This is not normal for them. This is happy time.
This is happy time.
I know that everybody that bought in that thing was very APO-ish, you know.
Yes, it was. APO-ish in
the market with shares.
in that it flooded the market with shares, but at 32.
But I'm talking about as or mention of proven be double because proven sell half them shares.
Yeah, correct.
Which is why, well, look at the top 10. Again, the top 10 is no longer looking like it used to after the proven exit, right? So
correct. And it has been through many a permutation.
A lot of those shares are in the market bought at 32. I even think you might even be people coming from where they were. I think so. People, you might not even need to go to 32 for somebody to be satisfied. But you know, it is at the end of the day. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm not gonna take the last stills.
But think of it like a regular human being though also.
Yes.
It is now obviously very exciting. If I didn't hear about it Thursday, I didn't hear about it Friday. I hearing about it the possible buyout with dollar with that article with the leaked letter. And I'm seeing the share price hit 32% in one day. Monday probably hit another.
For me, don't.
I'm not. Why would I sell it right now? It obviously hot. I'm trying to get the best price I can get. Being serious, most people aren't really market experts, so they don't really trade on anything other than that stuff. So let me see what I can get. Right. Let me see how far it can go. Yeah, I think most people would still hold on. So I think the price is gonna fly. I'm definitely not selling it below what I bought it at. Now, granted, me generally not like a rule I follow. I have no issues selling at a loss if I think there's a better recovery from it elsewhere. But running a fund with this stake with something that is hot, I wouldn't sell it. Not right now. Do you have a better offer? Let's see.
And I look at it, think then. What's a good price for you?
For me?
I don't know.
So you're
I want it to be somewhat realistic. I want to be realistic.
I'm being as realistic as I can be on air.
I don't want anything over 100 and foolishness.
No, and I wouldn't do that. But I'm being as realistic as I can be on air now. And you're coming to me as Pesos Limited, and you're saying to me, yo, sell me your 3. I said 8% as incorrect. Sell me your 3% of the company. The price is now. The market price is now 28.81. I'm not selling you it at that. And I bought it at 32. I'm not selling you it at that. Bought it 3 years ago. In the last 3 years, the overall market, 2019, the market went up 30%. 2020, I'm not sure what the market, I don't remember off the top of my head what it went up. 2021, I don't remember what it went up then either, but I don't really give a damn about the market. But in this case, I have to care because I want to benchmark myself against that at least a little bit. Inflation year to date is about 10 point odd. We'll put 10% on top of the 32, so 35. I said, if you're taking everything, it's such a good question. If you're taking everything, 84, 82 million. Give me 450 and go on with it. 450 mil.
450 mil. And that works out how much per share?
Enough. $53 per share.
Oh, yeah, no, that's no, bro.
Why not?
That no. That is now.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because thing there, just looking at it from a thing there. One, if I was buying from him, one in the market, bro, talk about.
Who said of the market? I have a market. It's there's not many. It's a scarce commodity that I own 3% of. How do I not have any market? There are only 4 people that own 4 entities that own maybe
more
5 entities that own more than me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you want it? Give me 50 million and take it.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 450 and take it.
Mm-hmm. And if I really want it, then that's it. All right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, all right. So let's say you come with some terms around the 450. So you're buying it for 450, but you're not giving the 450 one time. Cash considerations and all of that. All right. Would you be open to doing that?
What that? Buying it for 450?
Yeah.
On the whole company.
This is, I'm assuming, part of a bigger plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not like you can't. Let me switch seats with you.
Yeah, I don't care. But then again, do I want the whole company or do I want enough for the company?
You know, you go enough for the company is the whole company if you do it right.
Mm-hmm. True. Yes, but I mean, actual. Do I want 100%? Am I looking to? Your 3% is really 3%. I can if I can figure out that I can get enough elsewhere, which is a suspect why I said, boy, you don't want to partner up with the NCB guys. The more leverage to tie down into, then that makes sense. But if I can skirt around that,
well, suppose you did that. Let's flip the board.
I'm buying and I go to NCB.
Yeah, suppose you do that. You're trying to scoop up everything because you have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
So you're approaching me and scooped up. I'm assuming you also approach NCB for their 11, 12%.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, if you want NCB partner, then you have a much stronger chance.
Yeah, but let's say that we didn't partner up. Let's say we didn't partner up. You're coming to me and I'm a lone wolf out there with 3%.
I'll give NCB for 53. I would feel like, boy, if I can get NCB approved.
Suppose you can't get proven.
Maybe
proven probably wouldn't give it up. It's an associate of proven.
Mm-hmm.
If I want, I mean, proven sold at 32.
Mm-hmm. So if I'm still at 32, then they might be okay with taking it at 50. Taking the rest of 50. Then I don't have to give you 50.
You still have to give me 50. You don't. What, you gonna run it as an associate? You want to control it.
I'm not gonna do the thing there. My name again. Also, I've thought about it. I really want this specific thing, but I don't want to talk about it privately as how it works out actually. But the usual buy piece, make an offer that no make sense. I'm good.
But you don't have to make an offer unless you pass 50. You pass in 50.
Yeah, so
or you can choose to make an offer.
Yeah, if I can get past 50 without you, or if I can get controlling interest without your valuation,
you can't. In fact,
sure.
I'm not sure, but I suspect. Let's say even if you get provens, and if you split Spring Hill, my piece might even become even more important. No, because
why?
My piece plus half proven plus half of Spring Hill. Doesn't give you full control, but proven plus half of Spring Hill plus my piece gives you control.
Why don't I have full control? Who else?
What half of Spring Hill is what?
Half of Spring Hill is 23.
And added to proven's 24, you're going 47.
I'm at 47, and then Spring Hill down to 23.
Yeah, forget that, but it don't matter. It don't matter if you're down to it. That don't change much. I'm not listening to you at 47. 47 might sound good, but okay, that don't mean it must work. But 47,
Wait, 47
point odd plus 3. There's talk that can still be done. There's still talk that can be done. Don't forget the history
NCB?
of access. It's not just, it don't just run along absolute percentage, and the law allows lots of things with percentages.
True.
Yeah. So, but consider this: you want to end up in that fight at all? Any fight at all with this thing? You're trying to grow Pacers Limited, or do you give me the 50? Give me the 50. What did I say? Give me the 53.
I like that you're actually negotiating. I like you're actually negotiating, by the way.
Yeah, it's such an exciting thing. Yeah. If I mean, hold on, with half a Spring Hill plus Proven, if you get my piece, this is now a subsidiary.
I'm seeing. We're supposed to get NCB insurance.
Yeah, but you're not getting that.
Early, I believe.
You're not getting that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. A big sale at one time with everything.
No, it's not for sale.
You sure about?
It's locked up.
You sure about touch a queue?
Yo, listen, NCB is big. Look at this. Let me remind you of something, Mr. Pesos. All right, NCB is a strong, powerful financial group that up to as they've showed us today, has made wonderful net profit, 10 billion on the quarter, which is like $500 million more than it was, or a little over $500 million more than it was. No. Yeah, about a little over $500 million more than it was same period not same period last year, quarter on quarter. Word. 4.7 billion in profit last year, this quarter, the last year, and 10.6. Oh, the rise, the return. Is this the return of NCB?
I wonder as well.
Yeah.
I think what beating them. Hey, look on the cues. Interesting, right?
Yeah, let's not get sidetracked. Let's not go down that tangent. let's not go down that tangent. I brought up NCB, show you something, right?
Yeah.
As great as NCB is, look below the net profit line. Right? Unrealized losses. Yeah, man. The fund management is. They had one fund that's doing pretty good. I don't know how they'll do for the rest of the year, but I think for them, they are interested in holding on to any.
They're not going to book that fund that side. They book that as fees.
What?
The off balance sheet, blah blah.
Is it off balance sheet?
Is off balance sheet.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, you would trust, man. Most of it is off balance sheet, or a good amount of it off.
You're sure that this is their unit trust?
Oh no! You said one fund was doing well, and I said the one that's doing well is a off balance sheet fund.
Yeah, man. I'm not talking about. Oh, that's rough. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you getting this account, Mr. Pesos. You're trying to.
No.
I'm saying that you're not
NCB Insurance, NCB Insurance Agency fund manager weren't they the ones that were selling with it?
They're definitely not selling. Also, they're not selling. In fact, them locked up in something.
Did all that touch a queue or something with Phil?
I don't know. Phil would know those things, but for purposes of this, you're not getting it. You might can get half a Spring Hill.
Give me a reason why I'm not get it.
They're both locked up because it is actually currently being moved over under GHL, and there's like a legal thing that locks it for at least 9 months. So they've been hitting Trinidad with a lawsuit that causes it to be locked up, so they can't really sell the asset.
So give me 9 months later. That's fine.
Yeah, but that might not match it. That might not match your timeline. So I'm taking that off the board. Here's the pieces you have on the board for this. If I had to limit myself, you have to limit yourself. You have Spring Hill.
All right.
You have Proven. You have QWI. And I'm running QWI as of July 1.
Yeah, I hope this is fun for everybody else as it is for us.
Sorry. Yeah,
I don't imagine this, but
I hope you guys are enjoying it. But this is mad fun for me. 50 odd. Would you take it or not?
50 odd. It's hard, bro. All right.
53?
So if I take it, I can. I mean, actually, what am I talking about? I probably would,
I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't.
Just to lock it up. I think I'm being cheap. I think that's
yes.
It. I would actually, if I can, if the money did it, I do it. If the money did it, I do it. I don't know what I'm saying. Definitely. You get a 3% guy. I don't work out. What I even work with them 2 big money already. But don't spend too much and I get 53. I'm taking that. Yes, I'm taking that 53.
Why?
Easily. Because whoever talked to me after that for real. I didn't. that your 3% actually changes the game for that. I'm hitting the 50 now.
All right.
If we're done by Spring Hill and Prove.
Yeah, you're getting you're right over the 50.
Yours is gravy.
No. Mine pushes you over the 50. Without mine, you can't pass it.
I know, but to then start negotiation on that 3%, I feel like I'll take it.
I think you. All right. So in a flip position, I would take it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's me. If I could get Spring Hill and Proven already, why would I not take yours?
Half a Spring Hill and Proven.
I'm Proven.
Yeah.
I think I can't. At that point, I was actually just being cheap in real life.
Yeah.
I think I was arguing to argue.
Unnecessarily cheap. Yeah. All right. Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because I know I'm over 50, but I'm taking it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I don't get from you, I forgot fight without inside the market the thing there. Generation, if Proven and Spring Hill, if I get generation on 4, 7.
No, you forget it. You've gotten mine, so you have over 50%.
Yeah. Why, Karina? What's the question now?
Why did you? What's your next move?
My next move?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 50. I'm keeping the stills.
Keeping, you can't. Plus, you just spent a lot of money, including overpaying for my piece. So.
Oh no! I mean, I'm keeping it listed.
Oh, no question. You can't delist it. It have about 2 more years to go.
That rubbish. Yeah.
It have 2 more years to go.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That consolidates it. I have to run this nice now.
Because now is when the game start for you,
Okay, if my question back at me funny. Okay, I love that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I told you the hard first part. I have an answer, and I can flip and answer it at the second part. So.
That's fine. I'll actually figure it. What am I doing with this? Access. I have it. We'll buy it out. I do it if I don't want to be a boring play, because usually in the market, that was a boring place. Oh, cool, I buy it out and then the profit look nice, right? I don't want that to be enough for me.
Well, you run Pesos Limited, so you're good.
To be honest. Quick question, you'd bleed them?
Do I do what?
Not bleed them fully. You'd bleed them within thing there? What matters to you then? Because yes, actually share price matter because then it's leverage. It's actually good leverage for $1. I mean, 4 pesos. Shit. It's good leverage for pesos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I start hearing about the share price. So I'm not going to think that I'm going to do it bad. Against one, the again still boring. Do some about centralization, of course. Cut some expenses out of one of the companies, at least, and then probably a management fee situation going to from access to thing there. Access.
In fact,
to
you know what?
Because I'm rationalizing at this level.
I'll save this for the follow on of this. So what I would after for the session on Sunday and maybe next week Brick Talk if somebody bring it up. But that's when the games that's when it gets interesting. In the meantime, though, I'd seen 2 people jump on Pickles but before Pickles.
I'm going to tell Pickles late. I'm going to tell Pickles to come back later. I never link it. Pickles walk on.
Oh, in that case, yeah, go ahead. Pickles, Sir Pickles, what's up?
The access run them, man. That was a bit it surprised me. See, that surprised, but I was shocked at the amount it went up today. Maxwell. I don't know.
Why I'm saying that? Because I've heard it a lot, and I really actually want an answer that says why. So give me a real reason. Give me why are you surprised it went up?
Why I'm surprised? Because I don't know.
If you're surprised in the dark, why are you surprised?
No, I am surprised because I don't think in my recollection seen a reaction. Well, have I seen a reaction like that? I haven't seen a reaction to news like that
Since Fesco?
Not Fesco, no, man. I talk about.
I know, it's since Fesco.
Since Fesco, yeah. I haven't seen like because remember, well, we always say that good news or good reports don't necessarily mean that people are going to respond in the way that persons who are invested in the stock want, you know. So we just have to you have to look at all the factors around it, but it's true that I was out all day in Japan now. So when I wake up at 5 o'clock, I see this thing and I say, what? Which is 3 p.m. your time. I wake up and say, what is going on here?
You saw the news before you saw the price?
No, I saw the rumors and about what this mean and what this is that and letter leaking and certain conversations were had in a particular group that that I won't mention here. Because we're not doing it for free. But yeah, certain conversations were had. I was seeing the train of thoughts and the dots being connected. But then a lot of whys were asked. And people could not provide a simple answer. Of course, when it came down to it, then it's okay. That means that. All right, but I never expected that so fast. I was expecting like maybe Monday, Somebody would have said, I run up the queue, but wow, that was crazy to me. I know you guys are more experienced in the market, but everything that was crazy to me how the market reacted to that. So for me, for the news was kind of sudden as opposed to other things I've seen taking up years or months for people to react. So that was kind of shocking. And even Randy, I think Randy tweeted something today, the market is slow, and I'm thankful for that. I saw something like that. If I'm paraphrasing, I don't want to misquote the boss, but yeah, I saw a tweet saying that the market is slow, and he retweeted it and said it again. Sometime, and I was like,
the market is slow. The market is slow, and the market is faster than when I said it last time, and it's faster than what it was in the past. But it's not where I'd like. But the market is slow. Why? But you didn't really answer Danhai's question as to why. Okay, you said that you expected maybe a response on Monday, but not today.
T+2, So I've been talking about T+2 a lot. I never when the news actually break that because that's my timeline kind of warp, over here on holiday too, so the days them kind of muddled together. So I don't know if the news came out from the letter came out like Wednesday your time or and then the Friday is a T+2. Everybody say, yo man,
what's the letter that you're talking about?
There was some mention of offer of dollar trying to buy up I just want to see be careful what I say. There was some basically this is what I got from it. There was some transaction code letter that said that or a leak about offer being made to Access and that they're interested in he said Kadeen Mears was interested in taking a stake or something like that. So that's not understanding what the leak was. And then people were saying like, well, who would benefit from the leak and why would someone leak something that's already out or something like that. Remember? Yeah. So that's what I was following. And so I was like, okay, when I didn't get the exact timeline of when this happened, but I was following through the group chat behind obviously, but yeah, was following and seeing stuff and people to get you guys trying to reason or to come to a reason why things would happen or what would happen and who would benefit from appreciation in cost. That is it. I remember now. There was a thing about we don't want to make any moves because we don't want irregular trading of price that will be detrimental to both share.
People are so hung up on that line.
That's all I remember. But that is what
you say surprised. So what's the thing that says, or the thing that you say, if you're surprised, the expectations weren't met. That's what I get from it, right? So what were the expectations that you had around whatever, that you're surprised that the share price went up by the amount it did today? What expectation did you have that was not met?
No, my expectation was that things will start moving on Monday.
Why?
So I'm asking
you, man. So follow because
the focus. All right. Because the focus was on the IPO and people were all attention was on the one plus one. The IPO.
One-on-one close today. Close today. And again, things been trading like normal every single day, despite one-on-one doing whatever it's doing. Access come out yesterday with that Access and that news article came out yesterday night. How much money trade on it today? That's Let me check. Why am I not seeing it? Where do I see this, Randy? For some reason, I'm not seeing it. Dollar value trade. I don't know. I just don't know where I usually see.
Sorry, you're looking for Access's trades?
The dollar value trades today.
Yeah, just on Access's page, bottom right-hand corner, where we list all of the trades. Right up top. 17 trades today, 891,000.
Yes, that's right. You just see. For some reason, okay, cool. It take less than $1 million to move it today, no bossy.
Up 32%.
Like, and 17 trades. It really wasn't that much money. Whole market.
I just think the percentage moving a day. I mean, dollar value like $6 just jump out to me still, isn't it? You don't. I mean, but in terms of percentage,
you expect otherwise? Yes. Why?
Because I said from what I've seen, my recollection, the market doesn't usually respond quickly to things like this.
But hold on, things like this.
Things like this. That's what I tell you. I've never seen that. In fact, in the cases where it doesn't, that's a surprise to me. We only talked about GK last year coming to market and telling us that they will this on a foreign exchange or whatever. The last time that happened, NCB, that was a whole storm. People were loving it and talking and buying. And it never happened for GK like that. And that was surprising to me. But then not so. So I mean, I had a strong expectation that it would. But yes, I was always a leeway in my mind. Yeah, it could, it might not. But I really was leaning towards, yeah, you rush this. Because that's the kind of thing they usually like. This kind of thing is it's a little bit above that. It's above that in terms of the kind of thing that you get to move it. To me, things like this, buyout. Where is your buyout that don't think announced buyout that don't really move the price?
Well, probably there's a time frame in which it happens still. Probably I just
Well, yeah, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. But how am I going when you're saying the time frame for me?
You say.
I mean, all right.
You say usually happen like this. That's what I said. I said usually happen like this. That's what I asked.
When GK and Key, I don't remember Key moving as quickly. With GK and Key.
What?
I don't remember moving as quickly like immediate.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. So probably
well, like I always say, I always remember saying that.
That's not a check. You remember it, my memory is not good. I have to check.
Yeah. So. I always say that not always, I've been saying recently that if it's one thing I could change from the local market with retail investors, is that recency bias that we have. Everything we do, we look for the very last thing. We want to know one-on-one works, everybody look to dollar.
It's like nothing can be new to them, right?
When dollar came out, they're looking at how Eddie Focal work. Eddie Focal, them there look on JFE. JFE is kind of close, so them like, oh well, maybe not JFE, but I'm looking at Spur Tree. That is not going to help you very, very much if you want to actually be very good at the market, be effective at the market. You want to get rid of that recency bias. You want to use the tools available to you, including My Money JA, which allow you to look at whether or not things actually moved how you expected them to move, right? I remember, I think the official notice from GK that they were taking over Key Insurance happened in January 22nd. No, January 20th, 2020. So January 20th, 2020 is when Key Insurance said that they have officially received a takeover bid from GK, right? January 22nd, 2020. I think the price actually fell a little bit. Some of us who were being very sharp at the time would have known, would have seen some of the signs from before. But January 20th here, and the market is slow. Look at this. The takeover offer came out with the price, and the share price actually fell a little bit. And then by March, it flew. It spiked. This is the market being slow. But you see that spike. Look at that heavy spike coming from $2 all the way up to $8.96.
The market is definitely faster now.
Right?
And I'm sure Key had a better level of trading because things were being spoken about. We bought in a lot before that.
And we were talking about it very heavily also at the time. I mean, to us, it wouldn't have been much of a surprise. But then it also dipped. And again, when the second point came out, I think when Key then did the rights issue, again spike. Look at the spike happening in a matter of days. We're rolling from $5.20 all the way up to $8.57. That's more than 50% gain in just a few days. So is it really a surprise that the day after?
Because of Monday, weekend people so keen and started running, bam, boom, boom.
All right, but so the market is faster now than it was 2 years ago. There's a lot more people now. And some people are smarter. Some people are, like, if there's going to be a rush on Monday, what I know about this on Thursday, why not buy on Friday? Right? To be fair, so we have 17 trades that happened today. But it's not really 17 trades. If you check the timestamp, it's really 5 transactions. 17 transactions in all, but like the first 10 of them happened during the pre-open. The first 11 of them happened in the pre-open. 12 and 13 happened in one go as soon as the breaker freed up. So the pre-open happened and it tripped the breaker. An hour later, 1 transaction happened. 2 transactions, but really probably maybe 2 sells and 1 buy. 10:42, another one, and then 11:01, another double transaction. So again, maybe 2 people selling and 1 person buying from 2 people. And then 11:01, I don't know if it hit the breaker again. I don't think that would have hit the breaker. 11:01 that happened, and then 12:55 a small trade happened, and that's it for the day. So it's really 5 incidents. Right, 17 trades over 5 incidents, and one of them including hitting the breakout. No, that's not really.
Nobody not really sell access.
Yeah.
What do they? Like easy one to move.
Yeah, and let's be serious. Most people aren't really understanding or paying attention. And let's also be honest with ourselves. Most people are paying more attention to dollar.
All
right. More people are, because it's again recency bias. It's a hot stock on everybody's mind.
Also, we're looking at it as a dollar make dollar at least recently, and you're buying up this bigger guy.
They're shooting at the top of the market. The
moment this is in the box, then it looks so much better. Then dollar just on where it is, dollar okay, they have access under them. No, that looks nice. So yeah, it makes sense. But then even then, and I understand people not looking at access. To some, the general market, I can understand and not really the eyes being at dollar more than access. But I don't understand thinking access will stay with it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Even dollar had a reaction, right? Dollar jumped from 281 to 325 today. That's also a strong percent. That's 15.5%. But that's roughly half. Less than half of the access reaction. Sorry, it's less than half of the access reaction. So is that unusual if you're going to if you consider what access is and what dollar is and the shareholdings around both of them and how I don't know if this is a surprise, right? This is what I expected. I am not surprised by this. And Dre, that's not to say that you're wrong. Monday could really also have a huge reaction. I would be very surprised if there wasn't a strong reaction in access on Monday. And I would also still be surprised if there wasn't also a continued reaction in dollar. Yeah. And all of this is on an article that, at least to my anecdotal view, not many people have actually read.
Or
and those who have read it have not actually read it
properly.
properly. And them hear what they want and them listen to somebody else. So them go, confidential offer letter, preliminary nature, the expression of irregular trading in either of our shares.
They keep talking about that.
Kadim, our friend named Kadim, sorry. Kadim in a suit. Dollar Financial asks that the Access Financial Board of Directors confirm within 5 days. I think this was going to hit over the weekend into Monday. People are going to start attaching something to this 5 calendar days.
We talk about it more too. Because you don't have time.
And go, 5 days.
Kalila talk about this?
Kalila's show is on Monday. Yo, big up Kalila. Big up Kalila for taking stock. Yeah, but the market needed something like that. Yo, I rate.
Somebody actually talking about stocks, right?
Right? I rate Ryan Reed. I rate Ryan.
Strong ratings in a row. I don't know you, but good moves.
I've never met him.
Good moves.
But I rate him now. First rock when it did just start was kind of iffy, but brother, if somebody has found their footing on the market, we could do a whole show about First Rock. And
we need to talk about real estate. We need to talk about real estate, really.
Yeah, and big up the people in the group who I see a bunch of them said them always on them research. I see them send articles talking about the love and affection, which is a thing within finance. It's one of those within accounting. It's one of those things in accounting. But it was still funny to me to read it, and it's not something that you see very commonly. And it is its own dot. But in terms of somebody getting onto the market and finding them footing, especially after if you start.
Go back. Wait, so the love of what?
The love and affection, the transfer. The thing I mentioned earlier with the land transfer with First Rock. It's a thing within accounting. Love and affection transfer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And I'm saying that it is its own dot. At least for me, it is its own dot.
Emmanuel was one of the first influencers.
Say that again, Dre.
My friend Bridget Smith mentioned me that M&A News is one of the first influencers on our market. Plus, there's a premium pricing play for the share price.
Am I reading on the tweet again?
Think Lascelles. No, somebody said too. No, going to tweet.
I know. Right, I tweet with that in there, and I've seen it posted more than once. Or people post again somebody else say, or them say it like I them say it.
Yeah. I said to some people that one of the reasons why I don't always immediately tell what I'm thinking is because it will go out there immediately. And I'm always looking for somebody else thinking along the same lines. I can talk, I can bounce ideas off, hear from, blah, blah, blah. But when I say it and it goes out there, I oftentimes hear it told back to me. And I recognize my words and I know it's my words. But the person says, oh, someone said, or they heard it from somewhere else. And I'm heard from somebody, heard from somebody. And so I sometimes I'll hear something and I get excited because, somebody's thinking the way I'm thinking. But when you track it down, it's really just coming back to me. So that's like an example.
I can't tell you how much Randy and Danhai meet for my sessions.
Yeah, and then believe.
The man will buy a thing and tell me why he buy it. And word for word, bar for bar, everything. It's like,
he's trying
to meet to buy that one. Like someone like a meet to buy that one.
Yeah, oftentimes there's like, like the early exciting reaction, and there's like a mistake or two in it. And you hear it back 2 months later. You hear it back with, better about the mistake now, right? But you hear it back with the exact mistake.
With the mistake. Like, I've explained what.
Yeah. So, yes, Dre, M&A activity is a much stronger market puller than good results, than dividends. Good results, I always say, I can't hear this one, but good results are one of the weakest influencers
how I hear that?
Share price. Oh.
You know how I hear that now?
Someone?
It's no. It's repeated as they're not so, but they come with the confidence and tell me, say, so it go. Good results doesn't move the market. That's what I'm saying.
Because Randy said,
and then when I question, what you guys? I'm like, cool, yeah, man.
Oh my God, yeah. That's not how it works at all. But you know what? So Dre, to cap your point, it's not. I understand maybe being surprised. It's not surprising to me because a listed company taking over another listed company, or anybody taking over a listed company takeover M&A activity, mergers and acquisition activity, is one of the strongest, one of the stronger price influencers on the market, which is why you're able to make money if you're smart and see it ahead of time. It's funny I hear that. No, when we're saying that for key in 2020, it was not even frowned upon. It was laughed at. It was laughed at. And well, we did have the last laugh to the bank twice. But
which one, the key? Boy,
yeah,
I'll be laughing getting the bossy, but
yeah, still laughing.
Laugh, yeah, laugh for now.
Yeah. I know, looking at Access in 2022, no surprise that this would happen.
My money, huh?
This article is a very interesting article, though. I can't lie. Very, very interesting article in all that it says and all that it doesn't say and things that it hint, but people just hear it back and hold it back as dollar is taking over Access, which I can say officially I am not aware of that. And officially, I think I can confidently say neither is Access, because if Access were to have received an official takeover offer, I believe under the law and under the JC rules, they would have had to state that they were in receipt of an official takeover offer. That is not, but again, that's another reason why I like the article, because the wording is so well done. The offer letter.
It's almost like it.
The offer letter seen by the reporting entity or today confirms that dollar is interested in exploring a takeover. That's not a takeover. That's like, I wasn't looking her. I was interested in possibly looking her. So yeah, it's there's enough of a gap there. It's a very good, it's an interesting letter. I like
actually,
what the market
send me the articles. I want to see something. I was testing that. I sort of it in the group, testing whether it is an actual thing, like, an actual offer. Is it an offer yet?
Say that again?
No price. Is it an offer for real yet?
I don't believe that.
It feels like one, but it doesn't feel like. It feels like we walk up to the gate, we knock, but we don't start walking it, because the offer is offer. So like, give me this for this, right? Or what? I'm not actually offering anything if I haven't given a price.
I am considering.
So hey, I'm really looking at this, you guys.
The idea of a takeover. Interested. Sorry, let me not misquote. Interested in exploring a takeover. That's not a takeover. That's like Trump thinking about considering maybe running for president again. Because if he says he's running for president, there are certain laws that immediately kick in and have to be followed if he says he's officially running for president. So if he says so him not saying running for president, him just going across America doing rallies, boosting the troops, getting the clan all fired up. But Dollar is here saying that they're interested in exploring a takeover. That's not quite the same thing as a takeover, but it gives a lot of tidbits, right? To acquire full control. We know how that goes. We know where those points are. It's a wonderful bit of journalism.
Yes.
Yeah. More details of confidential offer letter. Say that again?
I thought we had no real journalism in Jamaica. So the Twitter guys say.
Let the record show that when Danhai said that, my response was silence. More details of confidential offer letter. That's not the kind of subheading you ever expect to see, right? More details about the secret. In the confidential letter, Near states that given the preliminary nature of our discussions, we do not think it is necessary as yet to disclose our expression of interest to the market. This is I found this wording actually very interesting, because I think it could then lend credence to, like, Dre, since he's still here, who do you think leaked the letter? How do you think it was found?
What? Who would benefit from the leaking? The question is, who would benefit from leaking letter? Probably Access.
You think Access would benefit from the leaking of the letter?
No, price appreciation, maybe. A price
Access. Wait, give me that one. Access Financial leaked the letter. So Access Financial's price goes up. So how about that revenue?
If share price increase, what does that count as? One of the increase in share equity. They'll be on the statement.
Wait, sir.
When the share price increases, that means the shareholders
Access don't give a damn about the share
doesn't
price.
benefit. Access share price will not do anything to Access. Shareholders equity is the money we don't put it. When you buy an IPO, that's when the shareholders equity is set up. That's the money that from share price situation.
Oh,
The move in share price not change that.
Well, we were talking about it, Dre. I don't want to pressure you too much. I don't know if I saw Lee. Lee, you were also in here. Lee, you had a point around this.
Yeah, see the conversation reach pressure. I think you want to jump on now. Don't you?
He can relieve the pressure. He can talk about something else if he want. I just wanted to acknowledge him because he's waiting for a while.
No, I'm not sure.
You say Express you talk about Lee?
No, about Express.
Go on, boss. Everything good?
Yeah, man, everything good, man. But
It sound kind of low.
Oh, hold on. I hear me better now?
Definitely.
Much better.
Yeah, all right. So it's really the same access situation. I think access and pesos, as you say since night. The question, really is why dollar would actually want to, do a takeover for access, and that was the question that I actually asked myself. I have a little bit of a better understanding with I think the Microfinance Act that was passed recently has changed the loans landscape in Jamaica, in the sense where a lot of persons could actually access loans without a credit check or giving it was much easier to get a loan prior to the Microfinance Act versus after, which is why the possibility lies that a lot of these companies might, sell the loan portfolios and so forth to bigger companies. So I was thinking where, if dollar actually does a takeover of access, right? They would stand to be able, and this is all right. So me being in the market actively for the first time this year, a lot of things that are happening now, although you can read about them, I think it feels totally different when you're actually, witnessing the thing every day. Like something happened this day and you see an effect and so forth. So I'm thinking if dollar could have accesses profits on their books based on a subsidiary partnership, where I don't. This is just me thinking out a theory.
If dollar could have what? Say that again.
So if dollar is able to actually acquire enough shares in Access where they would recognize Access as a subsidiary, then automatically dollar could book the profits, whatever profits Access has on
would be dollar's profits, correct?
So I'm saying that looks far better for dollar, and I think that would do wonders for its share price and its profits. And you have the benefit as well of actually using this, so dollar could actually be in the Kingston, the Spanish Town, some of the areas that they're actually not, without actually opening a dollar store.
Because an access store would be a dollar store.
Yes. And the thing with that now is dollar would actually be literally just getting the profit from those locations. They wouldn't be necessarily booking the overhead costs on their books, such as the rent, probably some of the operational expenses. They'll just be literally taking the profits and putting on their books.
Okay. Consolidated, it's a subsidiary, everything with it.
Okay.
Expense, profit, revenue.
All right. Well, but it still would work out in a more favorable position for dollar for them to actually have access as a subsidiary. Well, that's what I'm thinking at least. They are one of the big competitors in the same space that they're operating in. So if the opportunity presents itself, why not grab it?
So that's why you're thinking that, okay. So that's why you're thinking that dollar would want to buy access.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What was the question we were asking? What was the question we started with?
I think he said something, but let me hear what your questions were around it. I hear what you're saying. So yeah, it would be very, 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 very
good for
lucrative for dollar.
So yes, that's what I said when I saw the letter, right? Because at first when I saw the letter, I knew it was not an NDA, right? It made mention of them wanting to enter into an agreement where they would then engage in an actual NDA, right? So the heading of that article in the first place. I don't know if you remember the GIF that I sent in the group. I looked on it like, what is this? So I was looking at it from that perspective that, all right, this is not a takeover because when I mentioned it in the group, you said that I should confirm certain things. So I read the rule book where it spoke about a takeover, and they mentioned a percentage of the share capital or a percentage of the actual company, which would have been at 50%, at least 50%.
Anything over 50 or more. Anything over 50.
So that's why I looked at Spring Hill and said, boy, if the 50-50 reached that and they were able to acquire half of that with proven, then they could actually acquire QWI shares and have the 50%. They wouldn't even have to travel NCB. So when I saw the letter, I asked myself, why dollar would do this? How could they go about doing it? I still don't flesh out the finer details, as in how they would go about financing, actually purchasing the different percentages to get to the 50%.
They'd borrow the money.
Okay. Well, that's why. I didn't mention the equity link. They could raise the capital easily through the equity.
There are loads of banks out here. The banks want to lend this money. They're investment
I want to buy
banks.
a company.
Yeah.
You see, the moment I buy a company, then that company can now start paying some of that loan too, because some of that is my money. So they look at dollar and say, boy, the idea that dollar can't buy access because their current book can't afford that.
It was never me thinking no, they can't afford it. I mean, I put a lot of trust in the younger CEOs. Actually, have you and Danhai as Randy as CEOs? Well, you guys are CEOs, just not office.
I'm you one in the building, so yeah, really see.
No, yourself.
Me not chief, not executive. I'm me alone.
It's
I'm a guy who talks on Twitter. What do you mean? Financial influencer.
So I think we're entering a different, well, not a different, but we're entering a new chapter in Jamaica's history.
You
And I
think so?
think, yeah, man, I believe so. I think
Every day.
I think at some point, it's good to see ambition. And then I realized that I think I saw an article on Twitter with literally a thread of I think it was Gordon, Ricardo,
Tyrone.
Tyrone, all of them. I'm just read through and say, Jano, I really see a lot of support amongst these guys. So,
Jesus Christ, you're gonna make Ingrid come cuss way off.
what happened?
No, keep going.
It's like it's literally a man get a bus and him say, yo,
A person
So
a person
yeah.
get a bus and so they're busing other persons.
All right. yeah. I just like the I like the camaraderie again among them. So I actually had a lot of I was looking to enter heavily on dollar after this play. Yeah, cause I can't
When it done. You go buy when it done.
Huh?
You go buy when it done.
No, well, here's the thing. I knew that Gordon is coming with something exciting. Same thing with Kadeen. So I was just hoping that this play I'd have had it executed to have more capital to
What did I say about hope?
Oh boy. All right, so the plan was to have more capital at the time to put in the play, but there are still opportunities there. The boat train left.
I read that if you just go running. Say just go running.
So if
you start somewhere, when you start somewhere, then you got no business and the new level of Jamaica and support around certain persons.
So
now into the play, and you haven't spoken about the play.
All right, so the play was with one-on-one. I'm one IPO smarter in the market.
Roll back. We're not talking about one-on-one. Tell me what I think about dollar and access, the whole situation here. But I don't know where we're actually going with this.
Mm-hmm.
No, the whole well, what I was just saying, I was just commenting on why I think that you said that it's not actually a takeover bid as yet, which is true, but signaling intent is almost to me the same as action. It's just a matter of time because if you say,
I make a woman hear that here.
Hold on, Danhai, I lie?
Me say, me a man, but me not make my woman hear me say that. Me dey want to take care of baby, but we never go. Me not make my woman hear me say that.
Oh man, but yeah, if you write a letter to say, boy, you would like to explore this possibility, I don't see why it will not be actioned upon. And
But is that what the letter was about?
Yeah. I think the wording of the letter, especially.
You read the letter?
I haven't seen the letter, so I can't tell the wording was. But I mean, bits and pieces of it. Yes. I don't know if there's more to it than this. Exactly how the pieces that weren't quoted were presented.
Well, the article states or starts off to say that Dollar Financial Services is making a bid to acquire its older competitor. The whole bid and acquire gives me I want majority control.
I'm tell you a secret. Careful. Very careful when reporters report. Take out every single piece that it's the same thing Randy tell you. Find the actual facts. Find the places where they're speaking about one. this is what I saw, and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. Take out the headline might have nothing that's actually factual. It could be ball, and the headline jumped the gun because it's a takeover bid.
The headline can be
there's
written.
No takeover bid.
The headline can be written and is sometimes, I wouldn't say often, but sometimes written by somebody else than the person who wrote the actual article.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
and then the person that write the article will have their opinions, and they will speak about things in a way they often report they speak of their opinions as if they're reporting what they saw. But very often you can pick out this is what they may actually see, and they make it. And then in a lot of cases here, they make it clear this is what was seen.
Well, I have to wait and work with more with a closer to the source, because the best I have to work with is a Gleaner article and a OUR article.
OUR. So read it, or check the OUR article. The
Gleaner article. Today article. OUR is
Our Today.
Yeah. Today article.
Yeah. I look at that, and then I say, all right, the NDA will provide that any information disclosed that's something. And tell you, he quotes some places and tell you what was seen in the actual letter. So what was the letter about? Then you piece together what was there based on the facts of it. Anything that don't sound like this is actual, him see this and talk about it, put it on a different level, put it on a lower level, and the things that were actually that him said him see and speaking about.
Yeah. Well, the letter really is, what is in quotes is really them speaking to enter into a mutual NDA. That's in the second paragraph. And
but hold on. All right, let me help you out here. And it's just really carrying you through like the things that Danhai was just trying to show you. First paragraph, dollar making a bid to acquire its older competitor access. That's not quoting dollar. That's written by Durand Pate, according to the byline. That's not from access. Then they speak about the letter, the offer letter, which was seen by the journal, the online newspaper, whatever it is, confirm that dollar financial is interested in exploring a takeover. That is not has submitted a takeover bid.
It's the same that's making a bid to acquire. We are again, interest is not this. I said, don't make a woman here say that. Remember, if you all go out, go out. It's not. We did feel like to say the same thing. We did plan for the week, but I see it, and the same thing as doing it. But I can say the plans that fall through on the market and people push money there and things there. This sounds strong, yes, but still you have to take it with what you expect it to be.
Exactly. So interest in exploring a takeover has submitted a takeover. Remember that thing I say it all the time. I say it years before. I say it in the group all the time. CEOs, companies lie. CEOs lie.
Right.
They will say what
that anybody not listening on YouTube.
They're
or watching on
listening.
YouTube. They're very air quotes on it. It's not a really lie.
Legally,
before you hear it.
Jamaican law actually prohibits a member of a board of a public company from lying to the public about it. They cannot lie. That's lawsuit business. But they can say something that sounds like what you want to hear. So most people, I suspect, have done exactly what you have done, which is read the letter signed by Dollar Financial CEO Kadeem Mears proposes that Dollar, and this is where they're quoting, proposes that Dollar and Access enter into a mutual non-disclosure agreement. My G, any contract between two companies usually have a NDA clause. That on its own don't really mean nothing.
But they didn't even got into an NDA. We're saying let's do it.
Proposing going into an NDA, right? Then then they said that the NDA may only be used
to outline what exactly
to evaluate the transaction, and 2, any mutual disclosure to the JC and the market if and when certain terms are agreed, and 3, an exclusive due diligence and negotiation period of 30 days, and both of them acting in good faith. Again, if you know a little bit about the structures of these things, I mean that's common terms from a takeover, but again, this is about the NDA that is being used, that is being reported as being, discussing the exploratory part of a takeover, because the law says that if an actual takeover offer is extended, that would be material from the point of view of dollar. So they would have to tell the public. That's not up to them. They have to do it. And from Access's perspective, if they receive one, they have to say it. It's not up to them to say that let's wait. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, man. But all right. So while I understand that and I agree, the same exercise that we've done in GRA, right? And I think I sat one day and I thought about it, like, all right, the exercise that we did with Bolt, right? And persons
Let's
being
not go
honest
too deep into that one, by the way, but just I don't usually hold back from GRA things, but that one I specifically don't want to say publicly. Having done the exercise, you understand why.
All right, fine. Yeah. So you do the exercise, right? And you're now in the market. You have certain principles now. I read this article and I said to myself, I'm being honest with myself right now. Dollar is I know the business that they're in, right? I have to look at also what the CEO says and somewhat of the track record that he has already in terms of his ambitions. And he did state that he is very interested in doing acquisitions, right? He wants to grow his company. So the first sign I see of him saying that, because let's be honest. If,
so you saw, hold on. No, don't rush from it. So because you know he's ambitious, which is true, because he has stated that they are interested in acquisitions, which is also true, and expansion, which is also true, and then you saw a headline that spoke to what you wanted to see, you decided to see more than was there. Again, I'm not saying that it's not happening. All I'm putting forward is that what do we know for a fact? We know for a fact that if Access receives a takeover offer, they have to say it. They have not said it. So, for example, going back to the key, late 2020, early 2020, not late 2020, sorry. January 20th, 2020. No, that's not even it. I need to go a little earlier. Well, all right, we'll go January 22nd, 2020. But there was some date shifting around there because of, I suspect, how the reporting was done. But this January 22nd, 2020 is and this is a notice from Key Insurance posted on the JC's website. Key Insurance Company Limited advised that the company has received a takeover bid circular from Grace Kennedy Financial Group with an offer to purchase 100% of the shares. And then they're going into the director's circular and the rest of the steps. No, let's be honest. Let's be serious. Let's be realistic. Conversations must have been happening before that. But at the point where the company officially receives a takeover bid, it is out of the company's hands. They have to report that they've gotten one, right? And that's why you notice that thing there. Going back, I'll show you again. Looking at SSL VC. And by the way, this is a thing to help combat the recency bias that the market has. And everybody might not want to grow, so I try to share some of these things for free online. This is how you combat the recency bias, right? I was in the market then is not an acceptable excuse to me. All the market history is there. So you don't have to have been in the market when Key was being taken over. You can go and check to see what happened then, because the history is there. MyMoneyJA.com has all that. We have stuff going back to the 90s. SSL VC, earlier this year also, January 20th again. Look at the time for this stuff. January 20th, that's when they put out that they have received an offer. And then the next day they put out that they updated the receipt of offer. But the second that they officially got that offer, 17th was actually when they got the first one. It has to be put out to there's a little gap time. They don't have much time. There's just a few days in which they have to put out that they have received an offer. And in this case, the case of Access and Dollar, both of them are listed. And it is my view, I'm not a lawyer, but it is my view that Access as a company, if Dollar were to try to take it over completely, that's acquisition of a subsidiary that is stated in the JSE rules as something that is material. That's an example of something that is material, and so has to be reported to the public. So, not saying that there aren't preliminary talks between the two. I'm also not even saying that there wasn't even a letter. I'm sure there's a letter, but I'm saying you have to be very, very careful about what you choose to take from it. Because
but here, you already talk about the first rule, or say, and first go investing, Wizard's first rule, the lie I want to believe. You ever hear that line? That's it. I'm going to read something and I'm going to cut out what I want to happen and see what's actually happening as much as I can. What you want to happen will never happen just because you want it. So figure out what's actually happening, and then if it aligns with what your money should be doing, then you work with that. If it aligns with what you want to happen because this thing will take your money wherever, then you work with that. Make sure the truth is what you pick up, and then what you want come right after that. So you can say, boy, this working how I need it to, I'm in. And this can be enough for working how you need it to. It just has to be the truth around it. If you start going into them said this intention and you take it as it ever happen, the intention is alone for it. Being honest, the intention alone was enough for me to buy. If it wasn't enough for you to buy, suppose you never care. Suppose intention wasn't enough for you. Suppose you needed to actually the actual bid to go in, and you run off of this as the bid. How would that work out for you then?
No, but I think I'm honest with myself enough to say that based on what all right, so you say it's the lie that I may want to believe, which is true, that could be true, but I'm also looking at the point that, as I said, I would like to maximize my opportunity for profit. So if I can look at something like this as maybe it's a blessing in disguise and I can make profit from it, I think I'm willing to take that risk.
Agreed. But
so
you
where
realize,
would the profit
again,
be?
No, you say take profit from this, but this is wrong. You're saying something that isn't true.
Where would the profit be in this case, in your view?
The profit for me would lie with dollar.
In what way?
You run the line, man. What's the profit? What happens with dollar?
Dollar was sub $3. I would actually, if I had the capital, I would actually get into dollar before $3, and I'd want 100%. So I would exit dollar.
What would cost people to buy it at $3 to $6? What would cost somebody to buy it at $6? What's happening here that would cause the person to say, boy, this worth $6?
Well, over the next month or two, they actually acquire another company. It doesn't have to be dollar. It doesn't have to be Access.
But we're talking about this, you know. We're talking about this.
So now you're going into...
Not what I'm doing outside. You're going outside of the conversation.
So you're saying...
this?
Yeah, no, you've moved away from dollar because...
it wasn't news to you. Buying Access to dollar doing something else. It was possibly to dollar doing something else.
Exactly. It was not news to you that dollar was looking to acquire. They've been acquiring and growing, right? They opened the Portmore branch. That headline was just a couple of days ago. But Guyana was a good section of the prospectus and also growing in terms of the latest numbers that we saw from them. So it's not news to you that they're expanding and growing and looking to acquire. So why then are you switching from this dollar Access thing to, if them don't buy Access, then buying something else? Because you're saying that this is the play that you think that there is some direct profit in.
This dollar Access.
And you're saying that the profit, you're saying that the profit is on the side of the potentially acquiring entity. So dollar. Is that as accurate? Wouldn't there possibly be more? I mean, if you were one of the people who had bought some Access shares this morning, if you thought that the profit was on the side of Access, you may have been able to buy some shares at $25.26. right? And it ended the day 25.39. But like I say, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends Monday 28, if not higher, if not 33 odd. So is there really profit there? Because and why I'm stressing this, as you know, why I'm stressing this, and people listening might not get it. Sometimes the decisions that we make that might seem annoying, or like me pressing this seemingly annoying point, might be the difference between making a loss and making profit. Or let's say that it was a one-day decision. That's not really what I go for. But let's say it was a flip. It might have been the difference between making today
dollar
making
versus access.
15
Like today, dollar move less than access did.
Exactly. 15%, 15.5%, 15.7%, sorry, versus 32.2%. Double the profit. If it's a one-day decision, one paid off double the other one. Why wouldn't the profit be on the side of access? And I asked a question I'd asked Dre earlier when I was pressuring him. I say, which one would you pick? Let me pause again. I also don't want to lose this. DJ Drumline, I see you jump back on. This is the same thing you wanted to talk about? Because I don't mind if multiple people talk, especially because it's so late.
Yeah, but just give me a few seconds.
No problem. I just wanted to know if that was it. So yeah, Lee, why wouldn't the profit be, considering that we're talking about this as retail shareholders, right? We're not big financial types on the 6th floor of this thing where we're managing a fund. We're managing our funds in our pocket. I try to pay the light bill or whatever you're trying to do with your money. Why wouldn't the profit be on the side of holding access shares versus holding dollar shares?
I think I'm thinking that the market would generally respond better to dollar.
Why? Give me a reason.
I think maybe I'm looking too deep into this, but I think
don't do the discount. Just tell me what you think about it. Rate yourself, man. No discount yourself.
I think a lot of persons understood dollar coming to the public more than even Eddie Focal, a JFP, a Spurtree. And I think, they look at the fact that, hey, dollar, those loans, they are looking to buy a competitor that those loans. And with the recency bias as well, I just think that a lot of persons maybe, especially even the persons that probably bought into dollar at 232, 309, they may be looking at, all right, I'm going to hold this in hopes of me actually getting 100% of my money. So that
hold it now to make you get money.
Well, they may be beside that, they may believe in the company enough and the CEO to continue buying.
So then buy a 309, as you say, which means that up until today they were at a loss, and they would have been at a loss with the exception of July 21st and 22nd. Yeah. Outside of those 2 days, the 309 people
you're welcome, by the way,
would have been at a loss this whole time. But now that they see this, they'd be buying more.
Well,
you see, not that I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm saying that
careful, yes.
Thinking it through.
I almost want to start as the question because I know you could do. I don't know if it's the same reaction. I do often get it. But I feel like people say take your pressure more than mine, right? It's not that he's saying you're wrong. He's actually asking what you actually think about it. Don't yourself become asking.
No, man. So I think as I say, I think right. The market is willing. All right, somebody is willing to buy, and I'm maybe talking about myself in some aspects.
That's all right. That's fine.
That's okay. No, that's often why it makes sense. Because
I may be willing to buy $1 at $3 with ambitious Cadine. Young person, he's pushing. He shows his ambition. He shows some of his plans. versus buying Access Financial, where it was at $19 at one point. I could get more dollar shares versus Access shares, and I believe that generally I would be willing to continue buy dollar if I believe in it, because I'm currently not in dollar, but I'm saying if I was in dollar and I believe that that's the vehicle that would get me 100%, I'd continue buying it, because $6 wouldn't take anything to run the price up to $6 with the right news, because this is, we keep on mentioning the fact that financials don't really move the share price as much, but this is a M&A or a
as much as what? As much?
As much as compared to them saying that they may want to acquire a company, or what I'm rather saying, they have indicated prior to going public that they want to acquire companies, and the market see the first sign of them actually saying, yes, we're making steps to do this. Why not believe that in the next year, or not even next year, the next 6 months, he wouldn't approach another or two institutions.
I know you know better, but here's what I'll say. When GK was buying Key, whose share price flew? GK's or Key's?
Let me go look.
It's Key. When I won't say DTL and CFF, because that's a bit of a different situation with that weird pricing, right? But even the DTL, CFF,
GK, I'm thinking GK buying Key different from dollar buying Access.
The question that I think
not necessarily, not in the way that I'm putting it forward. Hold on for me.
I know.
Yeah,
but,
and
I think I give you the line, because him said, but again, his point is that him think we go up.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that dollar won't go up, right? I'm not saying that.
Just asking why.
Yeah, because that matters. 2017 is when DTL bought CFF. Look at that, guys. Even if you weren't around in the market in 2017, check my money JA. You can read what it was like. CFF needs confirmation of intent of purchase of its shares by DTL. That is a nice thing, right? It'd be very cool if we saw something like this come out next week. If you have us on speaker, you're getting a wicked feedback.
Oh, me? No, man, I don't.
Oh, it's me. I'm fixing it.
You might have to mute until you sorted, don't I? There we go. Yeah. So I remember this situation, the depths of it, but let's say somebody's just looking back and seeing this for the first time. Like I'm sure many people are. This is CFF, the company that is facing the takeover, stating that they're seeking confirmation from DTL regarding the nature of their buying it and their intention towards other shareholders. They're following the letter of the law, trying to say, hey, if you're actually buying, say something. I will add to this, the JSC has I don't know, you'd call it a mandate or what, where, in order to keep the fairness of the markets going, they don't want rumors. Now, this to me, I think, factors this article and its knock-on effect, where if you check the news, you go my money J and just put in dollar in the news. In the news section, you see all the articles talking about, one from Observer and one from Gleaner, speaking about, the takeover bid and referencing the same letter, and talking about some other details. Now, I think this might be, in my view, I don't run the JSC, I don't work at the JSC, so they might know better than me, but to me, I think this might warrant a situation for them armor division to reach out to both of the companies and try and seek some clarity and have them put out have them put out a statement.
Further clarification.
Yeah, man, clarifying what exactly is happening, because at this point it is almost look at this headline. Dollar takeover bid access. Right? Dollar wants access. I'm not saying that that's not happening. I'm saying that it might trigger more disclosure, where this is just coming from my personal view. I could see the JSC putting both of these companies in a situation where dollar, you have to say if you're actually exploring this. Access, you have to say if you have received anything, or if it is a conversation that you're in. Now that is a hell of a situation, right? That's like a chess match, because if there really is something there, what are they going to say? Well, no, we're not considering doing it. Like, I think of it as an amazing chess move, and I am on dollar's side in this. Like, it's an amazing chess move, but there's that question: if it leaked, who did the leak come from and why? Let me ask you, which side do you think the leak came from? The dollar side or the access side?
I think it would have come from the access side. I didn't really think about where the leak came from. That's just still speculation.
Although this is all speculation.
I am speculating, but I didn't channel my energy as to think where the leak came from.
All right, well, let's channel that energy now. Where do you think the leak came from? You think it was a deliberate leak?
For access, I think you'd work in access's favor.
No. Whose favor do you think it works in? Do you think it was a deliberate leak?
I'd say access, because they still have until next week to actually answer to dollar.
They have to answer?
Answer
them about what? They haven't
answer the letter
takeover.
based on the letter that was sent.
You write me a letter, I don't have to answer you.
You're saying about intention. Cool. I
don't have to answer you. I literally don't have to answer you.
You propose that the letter proposes a time period for answering. They don't have. There's no law, I believe, that maybe the law can correct me here, but I don't really have to answer. I don't think they do. They don't have to answer. At 5 days something.
Yeah,
again,
5 days.
this isn't we are not in a takeover situation where this is a proposal for talking about it.
Yeah, like dollar cannot give access 5 days to do anything. Do you see why you have to understand the reality of it versus what you read in the newspaper? I can tell you this. It's just regular people write the newspaper articles. Sometimes they're even sent the things that they should write. So, to publish. So that don't mean nothing. That one thing that you learn the further in this game you get is to, like, you will get high blood pressure because you have to take everything with a grain of salt. So, first question.
Very sober when you talk with the guys that write news.
Yeah, it is. That is one word for it, Danhai. That's a good word. Diplomacy. That's a good word. So, from your view, and anybody listening, anybody can jump on and tell us what they think. It's not just that, but just from your view, Lee, do you think it was leaked deliberately, or you think it's an actual accidental leak, like somebody leaves something and?
No, that was deliberate.
So you think it's a deliberate leak?
I think it's deliberate, but
I think it was.
Diplomacy, man, talk.
Yeah, man, cool.
I think it was deliberate.
So you think it was a deliberate leak? Who do you think leaked it? Which side do you think leaked it? The dollar side or the access side?
Access, because if I want to buy something, right, and let's access was below. I think I was looking at access at $22, and it was at a low at $19, below 20. So if I know that the market would react to a takeover in this manner, I would not want the public to know. So it has to be from access.
Sorry, say that last bit again. If I am trying to buy access.
If I'm trying to buy access, right?
So you're on the dollar side in this hypothetical.
In this hypothetical, I wouldn't want this going to the public, because the shareholders for access would, want to sell higher.
The share price. was already considered. Say, if I'm going to make an offer, the best sensible offer I make is above where the price is, because then more people are likely to give me. So share price rise is not a bad thing.
But that's not necessarily accurate, though. That's not necessarily accurate.
He said access the dollar wouldn't want access price to go up, and suppose they've already considered that, and the price might go up.
Yeah, but
suppose they're fine with the price going up.
Yeah, but consider
hold on. Why would it be fine with the price going up?
Because if I want to buy it, then I'll give them a premium on what it is today.
On what it is today.
I know the line you want to say. I'm asking him because I want him to answer that.
No, because we're all talking. I don't want pressure Lee too much. We're all talking. The line that you're saying, cool. Danhai, is...
I don't want to say it anymore because I don't. But okay, I'll say I'll argue for arguing it.
It's not a pressure thing. Boss,
it's cool. I'll take the pressure. I'll take that side. I'm going to find an argument to make it. All right. That's fine, Dewey. I want to find an argument along those lines.
Because so I am saying, right, if I want to buy that company, right, and that company, we've seen the letters from IC Insider, why dollars at this price and whatever, and accesses and persons need to pay attention to PE and other stuff and make more rational decisions, right? So the view of access, although it was at $19-20, the view of access in some of the market's eyes might not be as attractive as dollar. So I'm saying if I am dollar and I would actually want to acquire access, I would want a letter saying that I intend to acquire access go to the public, because then the reaction that we're seeing here is a given.
So you're saying so you're saying that in your view,
if I'm dollar and I want to buy access, I don't want access share price flying. That's the last thing I want. But I'm speaking from a very simple background, and I don't really know a lot about these business deals just yet. But I'm saying, if I want to buy something, I want it at a discount. I don't want it at a premium.
So basically, I'm saying access leaked it. You think access leaked it?
Okay, so you say,
or the price go up. That's what you say.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad argument.
Yeah. And then, you're the first person that I've seen say that. So I actually considered you're the first person that I've heard say that. I actually considered last night when we were all talking about it in the group, I considered when I didn't bother, and tonight, just now when we're talking, I'm considering where do I want to draw the line as to what I want to say publicly.
Save it for Sunday, please.
Yeah, but what I will say is I can understand that point of view, right? I can understand if I am in access and I do not want it to be taken over, my move then is to cause the thing to cost a lot more.
Quick question, Randy, not to break your point.
No, hold on. My point was broken. Did you understand what I just said, though? Because that's a simple version of what essentially you're saying, that the lead could have come from the access side, because this market reaction would have been predictable, and so this might be a defensive move. You're trying to take me over.
Because I don't know if you guys watch Suits, but me used to watch Suits, and me hear about Harvey Specter and man match up law book in a one night and one bugger thing.
Big up Harvey and Mike.
And they always speak about hostile takeovers. Now, based on what is happening in the universe of access, I don't necessarily think that Access wanted or wants to sell a majority share, a majority of their company to a competitor. So this might
stop. Whoa. Access can't sell a majority.
Come on, you know better than that.
No.
Man. Access don't own any Access shares.
Yeah, all right. So the shareholders, majority shareholders in Access, I do not believe that they would want to offer or lose their percentage in Access to a competitor.
You sure? What are you basing
if I'm
that
leaving
on?
the business, suppose I'm leaving if I'm leaving the business, I don't care the competitor. The competitor is not the guy that I don't worry about anymore. If I'm leaving,
but if you're leaving the business, you would have said, you know, boy, my percentage is up for or you would have done a deal outside of the public's eye to get out of the company.
Suppose Randy has sell me. Randy having company for $20, and me tell Randy say, man, give me for 19 because you know you can sell it. If you want to sell it, then this is where the market there. And something come out for Randy share price increase. Now me have to tell him, say, boy, well, and Randy say, well, you did sell the market, no, boss. Right? It's at 30 now.
Well,
give me a better price. If you really want this thing.
And by the end of the day, in a big or small, most investors want the same thing, an increase in value. So
say most.
That's it's the last hour, you know, things always get a little nicer in the last hour. I've been drinking. I want to war game this, but I don't know if I want to war game it all. Let us just say I like your point. I could see. I haven't heard many people say that.
Sunday. No,
yeah, but
Sunday.
Sunday. That's cool. But everybody listening and watching won't be here on Sunday. Some people watching this in the future. Some people watching this years from now. Hi. Let me know if I'm a lot richer than I am now, please. If Twitter is still around. Anyway, so I still want to wrap it up at least for the people that are listening. And I think you've made a great point that at least I haven't seen or heard from anywhere else. That the leak, if it's a leak, I don't know, could have come from the Access side in order to bolster Access's share price.
That's what I want to say, what I don't want to say. Right,
exactly. Probably shouldn't. Yeah, which might
say it, Danhai. Say it.
I won't. Actually, I won't.
Yeah, but which might could be a push to the. It could be a defensive move. I think that you might be able to buy. I think that you may be able to buy my shares or buy a good amount of shares if the share price is meandering at the between the $19 and $23 level that it has been meandering for the past year. Let's go back further. It's even lower then. Let's go back even further.
It's gone from $5 billion to $7 billion as a value.
As market cap, right?
In one day.
Yeah. So if maybe you could have bought in, maybe you could have bought the company at $2.5 billion, but now half of the company, if we're just working with straight market price, I'm not saying that we are, but if we're just working with straight market price, half of the company now costs literally $1 billion more. I could see a defensive move being made to do that. I can go a little further with that. Going very close to the line. I can go a little further with that. If I'm on Access's board or I'm privy to non-public information as a result of my proximity or my dealings with the company, if as a result of that I get information, so let's say I get information because I'm on the board or I get it from a board member. Why am I pointing that out? You then, it would be illegal for you to trade on that information. It would be known that you got that information because of your association with the company. So the only thing you could do is maybe have somebody else do it. But if anybody you tell is also immediately covered under the JSC's blackout and insider trading prevention rules. But if the letter leaks to the public, the public can go and do the dirty work, right? It's like when, I don't know if you're old enough to remember one time in the late 90s or early 2000s when the police were cracking down on dancehall and the bad words in dancehall. And so when the artists go up and them reach the bad word section, they just put the mic to the crowd, right? So I don't say it, the crowd say it, right? Lock up everybody if you want, right? Maybe this is the same sort of thing, which I'm saying this to strengthen your it could have been Access side that the leak came from case. But I can also see many a reason for the leak to also come from the dollar side. It is an extremely interesting thing, but I wanted to kind of properly wrap the point that you're making because I think it's an interesting point. And I don't want people listening or watching to be, oh God, them get to the good part and talk about Sunday with all the way to it. Although, you can join Sunday. There's still time. everymickle.com/GRWR. Sign up for the subscription, not the grow, the subscription. And it includes entry into the group and also the exclusive event, which is held every month, where we have conversations like this without the holding back. That's my push for you today, and I hope, Lee, that makes some sense in terms of what you're thinking and shoring up the point of it coming from Access, because I've not heard anybody else say that. And I'll put another point to it, right? I'll add a little broader. Well, why? From IC Insider, which you mentioned, which I believe is written by John Jackson, investors, this is today's article, investors responded to information relating to the proposed interest by the infant dollar financial in Access Financial, with the prices of both stocks triggering the circuit breaker as the market opened. But investors would be better focused if they look at the fundamentals of both companies rather than an unlikely coming together of both. Now, assuming that is John Jackson writing this, and also John Jackson's in charge of the investment decisions in QWI, it might then indicate that that is the view of what the caveats I just gave. If those things are true, then it could indicate that that's the view of the 3% owner, which that's mad weird to me, because QWI makes money if the share price goes up. Why would he be talking about them like this? Does he not like profit?
It's funny because this is doing the thing that he wants. The complaints previously were, in fact, the complaint here, if you're mentioning fundamentals and you own so much, and we know the expectation based on previous complaints is the price will go up still because it's worth more than that. And this thing is causing the thing you want to happen on fundamentals. I can't see that. Where is the complaint, honestly?
Man's complaining about making money.
Yeah.
What was QWI's profit again?
He's complaining about he's complaining about how he's making the money. The same stock he want to go up, him say, boy, I don't go up to this.
They lost 110 million last quarter. Why would they be okay.
It's hard, bro.
I have a lot of respect for John Jackson.
No, Mr. We not reach it in, bro. So maybe I don't understand it.
Yeah. Net asset value of $1.30. What was the IPO net asset value? $1.50? $1.36?
125, I think. When the thing there wasn't that thing there when it was post listing. No, prospectus with, and I think they gave with the new money as cash. It was 125.
On the 31st of July 2019, the unaudited estimated net asset value of the company being QWI was 152.
Mm-hmm. Oh, with the money in?
And this is before the IPO money. This is from the prospectus. As of the 22nd of June.
Post IPO money. What was it?
Oh, the 22nd of July to the 31st of July 2019. This is almost 3 years to the day.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 3 years to the day. You're down 14% 3 years later. And your biggest holding spikes on the day that your biggest holding spikes 32%. You complain? Leah, I agree with you that there's a new market.
Randy. Take it too serious. Complain or profit. If you choose one.
Oh God, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask John Jackson if he wants to come have a talk with us. It's been a while since we spoke with him. I'd love to hear like an updated view on how I'm seeing this, because maybe he does have another view that I just not seen. I find this interesting that he calls it an unlikely coming together of both. Yo, Kadeen, I keep saying it wrong. Is it Kadeen or Kadim?
It's the end.
Kadeen. I have a friend named Kadim. Kadeen would be justified in hyping if him get access.
Yeah, man.
Especially if him do buy that 8%, that little 8% there. That 3%. I wonder what QWI would do if it gets taken over. Would they sell?
I wonder too.
And it's so funny because if that actually happens, I suspect that it might mean that this would go up in value. No.
Mm-hmm.
Can't regret the things I said. Silence can be misquoted. I'd love to talk to John Jackson though, because I really want to understand his view, because I suspect there's something that I am just not seeing. But I am, if this is real, and if this is real, meaning the overall dollar trying to buy into access, this team here, them two gentlemen here, yeah, them have my respect for that move. That's a nice move. That's a nice move.
Bro.
And for me, it would be a bigger part of a bigger part of a lot more. But that I definitely won't go into here. Sir DJ Drumline, what's up?
Good night. All.
Night, boss.
I'm here. So, yeah, as we would have been talking about this last week, but you never really think it can go this way. But anyways,
you never thought it would go this way. What did we say last week?
Well,
I thought
based on what I was, I didn't remember. We didn't know which way it would go last week, or
you keep saying
probably not even gone away.
You keep saying we.
Well, me.
There we go. There we go.
Me.
Yeah.
Right. Hello.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you. No, man, we're hearing you.
Yeah.
Go through.
So on August 10, the tweet that Chris Berry sent out. Can broken bonds give access with a capital A to new leader in the microfinance space?
Mm-hmm.
The tweet went on to say 47.
Can't see me at a kill me because the can't see me tweet them a kill me now, bro.
All of this man's tweets are
47 divided by 2.
Hold on. Just 1 second.
Nah, you check the comments.
But boss, you still number 6. Not much I can do except sell over.
Bro, I was dying. I'm gonna do.
At what point does it make more sense to average up if your average is low enough? stock will generally go. Did he read what he said? Did he read what? Not much I can do except sell out at an ever lower price. It's a sad story.
It sounds like Tacit man is masculinity have no caribs in shares. And he must say, oh, boss, you know, boss, not that.
I don't think he's reading. I don't think he's reading.
I don't think he is.
What
you say why, I think.
Yeah. Except sell, like he said, what the only thing he feels he can do is sell out.
You can do all you know what you want. Is there anything you want to do, you know? It's like I said.
The highest buy order is 59.70. Yo, that's like a 1 or 2 year old price. Yo.
That's why it's good to own a portfolio of stocks.
Yo.
Okay, my G. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
The market godfather. Anyway, his other tweet.
Yeah. The other tweet. So 47 divided by 2, that is what we did there, equal 23.5. I mean,
sorry, what are you saying? Help me out here. You mentioned this.
Yeah. I mentioned the tweet,
and
I thought the tweet was weird, so
okay.
I did some research.
What did your research find? So
47 divided by 2, 23%, right?
Why are we doing that? Why are we dividing 47 by 2?
No, well I know.
Sorry.
Let me just say with all of the tweet them, right? So Florida is a 50-50 state.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there were some other tweets regarding.
You're reading the tweets. I misunderstood what you're saying. Apologies. 47 divided by 2, 23.5. Okay, you're reading his tweets.
Right, I'm reading his tweets.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, and after I did my research, I saw the other tweets about there's actually a legal proceeding in the court, Broward County Court, and I'm actually reading from the site now, and I'm quoting, to not get myself in a problem.
Or me.
Yeah. So, and I quote Julie Thompson James petitioner file a family marriage dissolution divorce lawsuit against Marcus James Adept Property Holdings, the respondent. Case was filed in Broward County Courts, Broward County Central Courthouse located in Broward. And as me say, this is a quote. It's public information, and you can go look at it. So, in my opinion, with this, if me have a problem with my company, right,
mm-hmm.
and something like this hit me, I'm not that guy, but even if I was him, I would have sold. Not saying he will. My opinion.
Reread what it does say. Reread the article.
The article.
What's it saying actually? Or is it, you say you saw other articles around this situation? What's going on there?
Other articles, I can't pull them up right now, but there was another article from, I think, I don't know which one of the paper them, but
just tell me what the article says. Don't worry.
No, I don't want to quote wrong because I want to have the article in front of my face. I don't have it right now, so I can't quote it.
There are 2 articles are you talking about on the dollar access thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well only one.
This is more on the access side, not the yeah, we already hear about the leaking thing and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about on the access side.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking about the reason why if I get a takeover bid, or if a bid comes, nothing gonna happen unless me sell. So what would make me sell?
That's not a bad thought. What do you think could make you sell if you own 23.5% of Access?
Well, first of all, if the CEO, no, I don't know if he's the CEO, but are the managing director or what, but if that is 23%, if everything chopping off, him not gonna have controlling interest anymore.
He doesn't have controlling interest currently.
Okay.
Well,
no, hold on. Exactly, he does. He does.
What do you call controlling interest? No, what do you define controlling interest as?
You own most of the shares in the company.
That's one way you can control a company.
Not necessarily. You have
that's not the only way.
You can actually have most of the shares and not have controlling interest.
And you can also have less than most of the shares and have control.
And controlling interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know that I would say that that's beside the point. So you're saying if he sold, what are you saying? Let me hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying my reason why I think he will sell.
Oh, why? Okay.
What's the reason?
With the suit that is coming at him right now, and I think there has been other articles. As I said, I don't want to quote them because I don't have them right in front of me.
There have been other articles.
Some other. I remember one specifically between on the board with Gary Peart and the managing director at the time. I was saying there was a building that their head office was at, and they didn't disclose that they were related to the party that owned the building.
They didn't disclose that the building was owned by a related party, which at the time, I don't know if it's, I think at the time would have been a company owned by the same person's father.
Yeah, all right. That is the only. I hear about another article out there, but I don't read that one yet. So it has been a while that he has been having issues with the company, as in people probably wanted the company from him or what. This is just my personal opinion.
Hold on. He doesn't own more than 50% of the shares in the company, so nobody can take the company from him. It's not his to take. He owns what he owns. I'm assuming you're talking about Marcus James here.
Yeah.
They own 47.33% of the company. That's what they own.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking that. That means that there is more than 50% of the company that they do not own. If Proven, for example, were to put out an expression of interest tomorrow, saying that they want a takeover offer for Access, which they could. Anybody can. Literally anyone can, as long as you can prove that you have the money, you can put out or the funding, you can put out that sort of offer. Let's say Proven were to do that tomorrow and buy up the rest of the shares. Proven would be able to own a total of, what is this, 52.77%? Have that right, Danhai? Yeah, 52.67%. Sorry, not 77. So, and if Proven were to own 52.67% of Access, then it would become a subsidiary of Proven, right?
Yeah.
AKA Proven's company. Would they have taken the company from them?
They would still have their shareholding.
Exactly. So nobody's taking it from them. You literally cannot. It cannot be taken from you. In fact, if Spring Hill is at the closest point of being able to take over this company. Right? I think Generation 4 is the company owned by Neville James, who is his father.
Rather funny, Randy.
Say that again?
Rather funny. If them say that every time come buy it back. 20, yeah.
That would be good business.
Or buy it back for 32 years later.
Yeah, that'd be good business. You know what? You know what would be good? That's a good point that you've made, Danhai. That's a good point that you've made. But going back to our point, DJ Drumline. Spring Hill technically is the closest to being able to take over the company, because if Spring Hill buys Generation 4's stake, that pushes them to what? Almost 50%. They could do that and then buy maybe the rest on the market. Maybe even buy a piece from QWI.
Go again. If proven by who?
If not proven, if Spring Hill.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Spring Hill bought Generation 4 investment stake. Then and they could probably get the remainder of the shares on the market, and they'd go over the 50%, and then they could do I mean, they didn't have to do that. They could just take over offer now. I don't think they can delist it. They can't go private with it. I mean, they can, but that would be
there's no need
expensive.
to actually. I get 50 and I not be a sell. So what you going to know with the proposal you propose to buy, or if Spring Hill don't sell and Gen 4 don't sell, then everything good.
That's true. Well, no.
Remember, Spring Hill are bossing a tuna, so
that's something new that you're bringing to the table.
You're bringing into the bigs. The last I do is read it in a tweet. You read X divided by 2.
No. There's an article.
Man said there's an article like there's a fact.
Yeah,
articles are wrong all the time.
I like reason with fact. Sorry.
Danhai, just going to your point there, Danhai. If Spring Hill bought Gen 4's stake, that still puts them below 50.
Gen 4 is what? How am I trying to do this?
2.49.
I have a thing right here in front of me, and I try to read that.
Yeah, it's 2.49.
For a year, it's
2.49.
2.49. But it's Spring Hill Gen 4 and QWI though, sir.
That's true.
And it's an unlikely takeover.
Not unlikely, it's impossible. If all three of them don't sell, it's impossible.
No, we're going with quotes, Randy.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. DJ Drumline?
Yeah,
man. We're back with you, Sorry, I just keep trying to add some context to your points when you drop them.
Okay. Sorry, we never know.
No problem.
All right. I never really this want to talk about it, but all right.
No, go ahead. Go ahead with what you want to talk about. We don't have to talk about this some more. Talk about what you really want to talk about.
So, I did do some research into cement, right?
Cement.
Yeah.
After all of this, they could bring up Barry tweet and everything. You're gone. Cement.
You're
not Carib cement.
Just cement in general.
No,
all right.
Boy, that still sound very CB, boss. Are you play every member event?
Make him.
No. All right. So I wonder if it's a worthwhile play, but so cargo handlers, right? Cargo handlers is what them call it, Steve Doran or Steve. They're a company that actually assist ships when them coming at the port. Basically,
that's one of the things that they do. Yeah.
Yeah, one of them. Another thing is that they have 30% of a cement importing company. right?
Mm-hmm.
That company is called House. I think House, something like that. Don't remember what the other part of it. So it's a damn company. Cargo handlers bought 30% in that company, right? That company only supplies the market with 10% of the cement that is needed. So it was established because I think in 2006 when Carib Cement was having some supply problems and they couldn't supply the demand. So the government decided, yo, we need to have another player. So that is how House came in. House now only have a quota of 120,000 tons of cement. Them can't go over that for the year.
Where you get that from?
The research.
Okay. All right.
Go again. Repeat that. I missed that.
120,000 tons.
Is what they is all they can sell for the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's supposed to be 10% of what the market is. I think there's another player that have 50,000 tons, but I saw an article, but we never finished it. Don't quote me for that one day.
Bro, you need to start read the article when you see them.
Yeah, I think there's another player that has 50,000 tons. But back to what I'm saying with cargo handlers, they want to increase the quota.
Mm-hmm.
They want to increase the quota by 50%. So there's two ways to look at it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Either we have to think about if them are gonna get that increase there and how them are gonna get that increase there. Right? Another part is what difference is it going to make for them if they even do get the increase.
Mm-hmm.
So based on my calculations, I think it would have I think it's 60%. It would be a 60% difference on their bottom line from what they get from the 30% in buying home.
It would be a 60% increase in their profit. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Not profit, revenues.
Well, you said bottom line.
Okay, go out. Switch. If they increase by how much?
50%.
If they increase their sales, their cement sales by 50%, you're saying that their profit will go up by how much?
60. Hold on. So, all right, let me tell you how I break down my calculation. So, I don't know if this is the right price. Let me go through it again.
Let me tell you something. It's not maths class. You don't even have to. Yeah, it's not maths class.
It doesn't have to be 60. I'm not sure how I reach that 60.
Me
either.
either.
I have to go back to my calculation. Yeah, would have to go back to my calculation to see why I did reach this. See?
And that's cool. But generally speaking, you're saying that if they can get more than the 50K that they have currently, then it will improve their profits heavily.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, somewhat. So that is what I'm thinking about. Because I mean the demand for cement are gonna rise in Amobi like shortly because the road is them break ground for the road. So them definitely are gonna need the perimeter road. So there's a road that going. Yeah. So there's a road that going go from basically behind the town and go through some hills and connect back to Santa Cruz and the highway. So they're gonna need cement on this side of the island. And currently Carib Cement is saying that they have more time when in the peak time when people want cement, they have a logistics problem. So it's not a supply problem from them, it's a logistics problem.
I mean, a supply problem is a logistics problem, but
Well, same thing. So, but that is what they're saying in the article. They're saying, oh, you know,
companies lie, CEOs lie, right?
So I'm like, I mean, you can't get the cement to the people them saving, so we are talking about logistics. But anyway, so that is what I was thinking about.
All right, I hear what you're thinking. So you're thinking that buying house might have a better market currently, and the market might improve.
And then CHL look better with the allowance to get more cement through the door.
All right.
Agreed, but
so what you want us to say?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I'm trying to figure out. You stopped at a very interesting point. going down some good tweets to talk about this. So
no, but you see, when I always point me in the right direction, so that's why I remember put them things in a tone. You get me? I say.
But you have pointed yourself in the direction.
Even
no more than me.
True.
Yeah.
The only thing I would do is like the further questioning, boy, the maths class type of thing. This is not that. Yeah. So really and true, if you what you should be looking at, let me just break it down. How much money they make from cement across the board, meaning from the importing as well as them piece of the profit in buying house. If them can increase that, what an increase there actually does for them as a company. So you have to know how much money they make from cement. If I increase by 50%, then very likely the money they make already will increase by 50% or thereabout. Something like that.
I did that already, and that I don't remember because I did get the price of a bag of cement and how much it weigh and divide
from
it
them,
like the whole
from them or or just generally. You have to go for that. You're trying to. Well, isn't that something that you should?
No, you can't work it back ways. You have to find. You have to do it.
Yeah, isn't that something that you can consider? You say you don't know them brand, but you know who they are. You know what the companies that selling it. You're the one who said it to me. You said it's buying house.
Yeah.
So the thing there.
Call buying house.
You know how much of cement. So did you connect with how much money for cement?
What did I connect with? How much your bag of cement?
Yeah, so you say a bag of cement is X, right? So how you tie it back to the company then?
How I tie it back to the company is that what the bag weigh, right? How much the bag weigh and put it in the quota. So if them sell off all of them quota, I may have the price of a bag of cement and I know how much it weighs, so I just divide the quota by that and then times it by the price I want.
All right, that's not necessarily a bad way to think about it. How much?
Yeah, how much of their? You're on the that's right question there.
Yeah, how much they charge, but also how much cement have they sold then? Have they sold off their quota before?
Well, they're asking for more, so
that's not what you have to actually answer the question. Have they sold off their quota before?
I would have to find that fact.
You should. Right? Because you're assuming that they're gonna get it increased without checking into it. You have a lot of great points in about don't look to us to be the person to verify. If you wanted that, join the subscribers group and we can talk in there. The people in there love to talk about this stuff. They love to figure out the market and make money, and they're getting increasingly better at it. So I think you'd find a good crowd there with you, right? Know for yourself, if you're not going to do that, then you're going to have to go through you still regardless have to go through the trouble of verifying the things you're talking about. Don't assume that Randy and Danhai know, or if I always want to say. But you've gone pretty far along a road for yourself that most people haven't gone down. So just actually keep going down it. Like if you probably ask a bag of cement, you're probably going to get the carb cement price, right? So you probably want to specify that you're looking for. Suppose they sell a bag of cement 5% cheaper than carb cement, but a bag of cement costs them 40% less. What would that mean?
Oh.
No. I'm saying
it's cheaper for them to make.
They're not making.
Deal nice, you know.
They're importing. Carb cement has to
and then get a piece of the company and them selling out.
Yeah. So they're eating
business
both
two ways.
Yeah. And you had another assumption you mentioned. You say like the Mobe bypass. Just because cargo handlers is in Mobe don't mean that the bypass in Mobe have to come from them, right? I mean, who is building that road?
The government.
Yeah, but the government don't really build nothing. So I mean, actually, I think that's the first time we're actually doing it internally, meaning within the country. So that's good. But if the government is doing it, where are they buying the cement from?
Oh yeah. Well, Carib cement, as they seem to be very nice with Carib cement.
Are they?
I mean, they did a lot of tours and stuff, and they like the work that they're doing, and
Yeah, but I'm sure if cargo handlers invited a couple of politicians down for the meet and greet and the shake and cut a ribbon, they'd come down and say the same stuff too. I mean, these guys pay tax too, right?
No, man, I'm not saying they won't. I'm not saying they won't.
So just because you see with one don't mean that, in fact, the government cannot. Yeah, the government cannot. I shouldn't say the government cannot. The government, because I could see the government being biased. In fact, the government is biased towards Carib cement because cement is only expensive in Jamaica because of a government tariff. Yeah. Literally just because of Carib cement or 007, which is a cool story. But anyway, going on what you said, I want you to think about that. Like you assume that it's going to be, and I'm not saying that it's not, but you assume that based on the Mobe bypass. Just shore that up. Find out for sure. Right? And you mentioned the other things. I'll leave you with a couple of dots. So you're saying that outside of Carib cement, you're looking at non-Carib cement, right? So you're looking at the cargo handlers. Just because you brought up like a really interesting. Did we talk about cement last week?
No.
Oh, because I remember, what was a tweet I showed you last week? That was, you're like, were you waiting for me for that? What was that tweet?
The market's slow.
Maybe something like that, right? And it was from a couple of years ago. Here's one from May last year, where I say people start paying attention to the second cement company yet. From May 2021, right? I feel like that was it though, but I reference that tweet all the time, so I don't know. They mentioned the buying house cement here, talking about continuing with it, and they actually spoke about how much it impacted them and how much it continues to impact them. In the previous quarterlies that they spoke about buying house cement specifically. Now, let me just try and tie
that is which article from where?
No, this is our company financials I'm talking about. I'm looking at the Q3 financials.
Oh, from cargo handlers, okay.
Yeah, man, from cargo handlers. Now, you mentioned when we thought you were talking about more exciting stuff, you're talking about Chris Berry. You outside of the Access Broken Bonds business, then I were laughing at the Carib cement.
Yeah, it was also funny. We mentioned we thought it was going to be Carib cement thing.
Yeah,
and say no, it's not a Chris thing, and I'm like, it's still a Chris thing, no?
Yeah, but more. I don't think he realized that. I can't say what I'll say. It's wrapping now anyway. So obviously he's saying this, right? You understood what he was talking about, especially here when asked what him can do, and him say, "You're still number 6. What are you going to do about it?" And him say, "Not much him can do except sell out at an ever lower price." Right? You understood that?
Ever lower price.
That's what he said. He said, "But boss, you're still number 6." That's in reference to the fact that that Mayberry is the 6th largest owner of Carib Cement. They were at one point the largest Jamaican owner of Carib Cement. Now they're down to number 6 from selling. And when asked, no, so look at the context of the tweet, just so we're all on the same page. Carib Cement melts away, $56 bid today. No bids on system goes much lower, right? Meaning, 56 as a top bid. And here we are today. At the end of the day, the top bid was, there are only 2 trades. This can't be correct. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at cargo handlers. It frightened me. I saw the 15 and get
Dead.
frightened.
Dead.
Yeah. Sorry. So today there are 22 trades, and the highest being 59.77. No, the highest being 60, but it ended the day 59.77. And the top bid is 59.70. And yeah, it's a shadow of what it was. Like I said, this is a price from 2 years ago. That's how far back it's gone. And the more context,
back in time.
back in time, right? And more context, the number 6 owner has 6.9 million shares, and when asked about it, said that there's nothing he can do except sell out at an ever lower price. So that gives you an idea of what might happen with Carib Cement going forward, right?
No, me not follow. If share price go down?
No. The share price has been going down. And he is saying that the share price has gone down even more. He said this on the 10th. On the 10th, the share price was 58.40. On the 11th, the share price went even lower to 56.30. It's now slightly back up, but I mean, this is fluctuations day to day. So it is now still at 59.77. The number 6 shareholder is saying that there's nothing I can do about this price except continuing to sell even lower. Making sense to you?
So driving the price lower.
Well, I mean, that's what he's saying. That's the only thing he can do. And if he's only 5 entities own, and it's not 5, only 4 entities own more shares than that person, than Mayberry. Sagicor's equity fund, Sigma Equity, which I'm going to call Sagicor nonetheless. So really only 2. Damn. No. No, yeah. So if we throw Sigma and Sagicor together, really only Cimex and Sagicor
And
own
Cimex
more
too.
shares. Yeah, Cimex 1, 2, and 3. Or only them own more shares than Mayberry. And the MJE board members' response to the falling share price was to say that there's not much I can do except keep selling at a lower price. So if a top shareholder sells heavily at lower and lower and lower prices, what happens to the share price?
It falls.
All right. So what do you think might be in the future for Carib Cement's share price? It's not a trick question, bro.
So you sell and drive the price down and then buy it back?
He did not say any of that. He never said all of that. He just say.
No, I know. He didn't say that, but
so you're adding something to it because in your mind you're thinking that Chris Berry is thinking like you and he must want the share price go up. This doesn't, to me, sound like the tweet of somebody who gives a damn. He's saying that all him can do is keep selling it low and low.
Actually, share price go up, he work out for himself. It's better and better.
Exactly. And if the share price go up, it might, because, well, the last time, the share price hit its highest rate in the last 2, 3, 4, 10 years, maybe. He started to sell heavily. And every time it went back up, MJE sold heavily. And at this point, 2 days ago, when asked about it, he said, all I can do is, not much I can do except keep selling low. So what does that sound like to you for the share price?
what does that mean for the share price?
Going forward,
it will keep on going down. It's been
sounds
going
that
down.
way. Yeah, and it sounds like it's just going to continue going down as long as a heavy selling keeps happening. As long as heavy selling keeps happening, the share price is gonna do what it's been doing. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we have an idea what's gonna happen to Carib Cement share price.
And there's only 2 ways to make money from the market.
Well, there are 2 main ways to make money from the market.
Well,
yeah, not only 2 ways, but there are 2 main ways to make money from the market. Okay, so we have an idea of what's happening with the main cement company's share price in the future, right? This have nothing to do with Carib Cement actual operations. This is just straight share price, which matters because that's where we make our money as retailers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if you wanted to add to it, I can add one extra thing to it. Then I had actually meant to say this to you last week. How interesting it was that Carib Cement, their latest profits were down by roughly 2%. Roughly, was it 2? I had worked it out. Like it looks very much like they would have been flat if they didn't have that royalty. Yeah, found that funny, and I'm sure larger shareholders than me also found that also funny. Anyway, so I was telling you all about this DJ Drumline. I never expected to like pause so long on those points. I thought it was pretty obvious. The share price is probably gonna keep going down, right? Cool.
I think you got doubt. Those, so it's not like a question.
No, it doesn't. I mean, when I said keep on driving the share price down.
No, I think that you gave the right answer. I don't think what you're saying is you're doubting that you had the right answer, so you just never want to say what you thought fully.
No, probably I thought something more was there. Sorry.
Yeah, man, that's what I was saying. Yeah. When Randy asks, I guess people take it as a trick question.
So
yeah, well, it's not often. Keep going. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so for the other cement company now, the prospects might look for them share price. If that happened for them.
If what happened to them?
Might look for
what happened to them?
If they get the quota.
But do they need the quota? They already have a quota.
Yeah.
Have they been using it up?
I don't want to say the article mentioned that, but I would have to go back to the article. But
so I think you know what to go and check.
Yeah.
All right. No, all I'm saying is, we know what's happening with this, and you know what to go and check for with CHL. And I'm mentioning CHL because you look at CHL. Well, I'll do it this way. If you look at CHL, again, My Money JA, wonderful tool. You guys should use this if you're not using it. Shareholders, CHL. The top 10 owners of CHL: North Star, Jane Frey, Mark Hart, Cargo Handlers Trust, Chin, Coke. What's this one? Is that 6 also? 7th this time.
So Mark Hart is the chairman.
I'm the one I'm highlighting is the important one. Mayberry Investments is the 7th largest shareholder in CHL.
Okay.
You don't see how that might link back to the guy who runs.
I do
saying the next thing there.
I do, but how does I'm looking for clues in terms of them getting the in. Well, there's still more I need to do.
There's a lot more you need to do. Also, don't overcomplicate it. Simplicity is where the majority of the profit is.
And don't forget that question.
Yeah.
Are they using it? You can't decide that an increase makes them more money. If the money them supposed to make now is all the money them can make now. Suppose they're not using the quota, suppose they're only using a quarter it.
Yeah.
Imagine what that look like then. You get that increase and now use up nothing extra. You have to be careful with that. So you have to actually check the points.
And sometimes the things that you want, the things that might excite you are right in front of you, but you're looking for something too deep, right? Or you want to play conspiracy. We can play conspiracy. I'll end with that because we are way over time and I need to rest and have an early meeting. So watch this. Ready to play some conspiracy now?
Let's go.
All right. Mayberry is the 7th largest shareholder in CHL. The article that you thought that you were talking about earlier, you couldn't remember, you don't know, spoke about somebody else coming in with another 50,000 metric tons allowance in terms of a license, right?
Okay.
And those people is from WT Limited, which is a company that has Garth Walker Neil Lawrence and Ryan Reed. Any of those names sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Which one?
I think I went down that line too.
Which one? No, which one sound familiar to you? Let's hear it.
Ryan Reed.
Ryan Reed sounds familiar to you. Where you know him from?
Wait.
That's not a trick question.
No, the first rock guy.
All right, so let's go first rock. First rock, JMD. I thought you said you went down this road. It shouldn't be a surprise to you.
I didn't go this far. As I saw the Ryan Reed and I stopped there.
I'm not getting it, brother. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? If you're actually doing the thing, why would you stop there? Look how quickly I'm doing it. It don't take nothing. My money JA make it so much easier to you. You just have to click through. Right? You want to know who is Ryan Reed? We're looking at the First Rock report. Ryan Reed, chairman and CEO of First Rock, the First Rock Group. So it's not just First Rock. It's not just Rock Real Estate Investments, but it's a First Rock Group. Makes sense to you?
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right, so it's a First Rock Group. What does the First Rock Group own?
I know them own some dollar. Well, them own 50% of dollar.
50% of dollar. You sure about that?
60.
60, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
60% of dollar is what you said at.
Or 80. Wait.
80. Yeah, man, that's where you can check for sure. But I'll tell you very quickly so we can look at it. Dollar put out the second quarter results. And of course, within those second quarter results, have to be the top 10 owners, at least up until June 30th. And the top 10 shareholders include First Rock Private Equity Limited, which owns 60% of dollar. And 20 being owned by Dequity, which is, I think, a company linked to Mayors, and the rest owned by everybody else, right? Well, the rest owned by the top 10, as you can see, is who else is in that? Have you ever looked at the top 10?
The top 10 for dollar?
Mm-hmm.
No. I just know that Dequity and First Rock in there. I don't know who else in there.
Well, you should look, right? One look, I know you know it. VM is the third one with 1.4. Who is number 4?
Mayberry.
Damn. So there might be some link between Mayberry and Ryan Reed. And Ryan Reed is one of the owners of the company that got a license to import 50,000 metric tons. And CHL is the company that has the second license to import 100 metric tons, or is it 150?
120.
120. And Mayberry is also the sixth owner of the actual cement company. But we can tell for a fact that he doesn't really like that one very much. But I don't see him selling CHL shares in quite the same way. But I remember, this is just a conspiracy. I don't know anything about it. Maybe you can talk to him. I mean, sign up for an account in Mayberry, call them, see if they can put you through to him, or do your research and see what can come from it. Right? It might be just an interesting set of dots that you could connect.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more there. But like I said, come join the people at Serious about making the money. Or you can keep doing it to your own, but it's not every week we're going to always be giving you this sort of thing, right? I just thought it's I thought it was just interesting. In fact, it's one of the many interesting things you touched on that I realized that you might not even have realized.
I don't hear much people talking about this one.
Because me stop dig, that's why.
I don't know why, because it's not even much digging it require.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's some light digging. You'll hear a lot more about it now, Danhai. No doubt, from somebody.
What that?
You'll hear a lot more about it now from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Them are gonna dig further than me.
No, that's not the point.
No, well, it's all right. It don't matter. But
I doubt it, actually.
Well, that's true. Well, it's never clear until it's clear. Anyway, Big up DJ Drumline. I hope you've enjoyed the point that you've and learned from some of the points that you've raised. And
definitely.
Yeah, just do the actual research. Yo, how many taxis you think are in Jamaica, DJ Drumline? Ballpark.
How many taxi?
No, let me do it this way. All the cars in Jamaica, all the vehicles in Jamaica, call them 100%. What percentage of them you think are public passenger vehicles?
About a 5%.
5? You think that 5? Public passenger include taxi, JUTC bus, minibus, everything with a red plate.
Actually, was that thing then? Oh God.
How much?
Just say that.
No. I can't. There's a whole heap of taxi on the road. Yeah.
So how much the cars? How much cars in Jamaica? I can't remember it. I don't know where I found it. You just said it casually. I can't remember the number.
No, that's where the research could come in.
Yeah, I would research to find that out. We could make a guess on that, but my best guess would be 5%. I don't know if I'm
5%. So on a day-to-day basis, 5% of the vehicles that you see on the road are not public. 95% of the vehicles you see on the road are owned by private citizens and not carrying public passengers.
I mean, you see, when you step outside of Kingston, it look different, you know.
When you step outside of Kingston, it look even more public. What you mean?
It's like Kingston people own car, though.
St. Thomas is made by Nissan. What you mean?
It's Kingston is where people own car. Kingston's psychiatry. That's where it's car where people own.
So what percentage of people who own car lives in Kingston?
God damn, man.
A lot.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot say
Kingston has half the population.
Yo, forget. Don't try over technically. Don't try too technical.
Yeah.
When you leave your house at daytime and you come back in at the end of the day, about what percentage of the vehicles you see that are taxis?
Or PPV.
Woman then at Kingston, probably about 50-40% when they're at Kingston, outside of Kingston.
Sorry if you guys. I couldn't hear before, but I heard you know. Yeah, man. I would say maybe the majority of people. I think the majority of people yeah. But that's a hint about where you can go with that. So the question then is, of all the vehicles in Jamaica, what percentage of them are PPV? And then divide. Go ahead. What are you saying? No. Go ahead. You're saying the majority of the. Go ahead. It might feel that way. It might feel that way. I'm not saying for a fact that even a majority of them are, but I don't think it's 5%. 5% means out of it's 5%. It's like out of every 10. Yeah, but I didn't even want to go 100. I wanted to carry it down even more. But I want to find like 1 in 10 out of every 10 cars you see, one of them every day, every 10 cars you see in traffic, and you look around and you look at 10 cars, one of them is not a taxi. That's 20%. Hold on, if it's two is 20% there, so So I'm saying if anecdotally you look around you generally day to day, 2 out of every 10 cars you see is a taxi. That's 20% of the vehicles are taxis. And I personally think it might be more than 20%. But even if it's just 20%, imagine that that's 20% of the vehicles in Jamaica, which I would actually carry higher to say more. If that were true, then it would mean that more than 20% of the people licensed to drive in Jamaica are public passenger drivers. I have a PPV license. Talk my information on in the public. Sorry, it's a completely different point. I thought yeah. Well, you know what? When you rewatch, if you ever rewatch episode, I know it's a lot. If you rewatch episode, it might make more sense to you. Yeah, but you understand why I'm talking about taxes, or maybe later on you'll see it. But yeah, it's something that we'll all learn in a little bit. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Yeah, but you have to understand why, right? You have to understand why. You don't want to just research wildly. We have been going for a little while now, so I really don't want us to go much longer and kill off ourselves. I'm tired. I'm sure Danhai is tired. Thank you very much for it. If anybody wants in a last 1 minute quick thought, this is your chance, because we closing off now. Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think anybody will. Yeah, but probably not. There probably won't be anybody. People tired and gone to them bed too. Yeah, that's also fine by me. Right? Drumline, I know I interrupted you. I don't know if you had anything else, since somebody not jumping on. You had anything else that you wanted to wrap on? Oh, that's the grow subscriber group. Just go everymickle.com/GRWR, and you'll see it there as a subscription. That's one of the options. So the subscription, that's what it will be. No problem. Big up you, sir. Big up. Well, I said, grow. When you look there, you'll see different options. Oh, it's because I'm zoomed in. Sorry. Go to the store. If you go to the store, the subscription is here. The Grow Grad subscription. It lists all the things that you get, including access to advanced grow every month, and a whole lot of other things. But yeah, big up. Thank you for joining. Thank you everybody else for joining in. I hope it's been an instructive evening for you. I'm so sorry that we never got to go through my original plan, which was listing out the IPOs that we thought were coming and put up a new one. I'll tell you this, I'll probably do it later on, because because there's so many things here. But you know what? There are other weeks. There's more time to come in the future. Thank you guys very much for listening. Thank you, Danhai, for doing this with me. Thank you, everybody, who's still here. And if you're watching this in the future, thank you. Leave a comment, share it with somebody. And thank you, everybody who has sent a request and spoke this evening. Big up. Thank you. This has been another Brick Talk. Have a good night, everyone. YouTube people, there's always that moment where I'm struggling trying to figure out which tab have on the stream so that we can lock. We're still on stream, then I was saying to the YouTube people that there's always this moment where I'm struggling to figure out which tab has the stream so I can end it before we say the wrong thing on stream. But guys, it's not this week. We're not saying anything on stream that we wouldn't say. And maybe if you guys would jump on and ask some questions in the space, we might go a little longer, or I might drop something special for the YouTube, but who knows? Thank you for the comments. And big up Limitless Podcast, who said that, just to wrap that dollar point, even if dollar doesn't end up buying into Access, it's a dot in itself. Look at the size of the company they're willing to buy. One more profitable than them. I don't know what you're defining profit as, because technically, dollar is more profitable than Access. But that's another talk for another time. Night, guys.